What y'all know about that? It's a new horizon, though. It don't gotta be the same all the time. It honestly don't. You know, it do not have to be the same every day. You could choose it to be different. You gotta be different. You know, that's all. That's it. Okay. Hold on, I need one more charger because stuff around here don't get plugged up, which is dangerous, but it is what it is. I'll have to be delayed together in the Ooh, 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 ooh. How y'all doing today? I've been working this morning. Working and working and working. I got my citrus fruits in the dryer. I'm almost done with my sweet potatoes. I did some cabbage. Listen here. Hey. Thank you so much, Pumpkin. I appreciate you, Kanisha. Listen. Y'all know, um, sometimes they'll be beating up on me real, real good. Thank you, I appreciate it. And sometimes it make me cry a lot. And so then I'll be like, how am I supposed to go teach when I got this big old lump in my throat? So what is gonna happen today? I don't know. I had to read someone for filth trying to pass as you on TikTok again. Listen, y'all, I'm so over it. At least I don't want to be nobody but my. I told you, your life suck if you want to be somebody else. God made you intricately different, baby. I don't want to be nobody but CERCA. That's it. Now there was a time where I didn't want to be me, but I didn't want to be nobody else. You hear me? There was a time I didn't want to be me, but I didn't want to be nobody else either. I just didn't want to be me. I did too. They tried to give me a reading. I cut up. Thank you. It's bots, I think. Thank you. I think it's bots. I think that's what it is. I think it's bots, y'all. I don't know. I'm over it though. That's probably why my followers went down crazy. Because folks know I don't do that. But if you believe it, you wasn't supposed to be over here anyway. Moving on. That's what I'm going to say. I ain't trying to convince you of nothing. Y'all know I don't be messing with that mess. It is what it is. Yeah, I know it's crazy. People are nuts. They don't have nothing else better to do. And that sucks for you. Instead of wanting to be somebody else, how about you work on you so you like the you that you are to other people and to yourself? People don't want to do that hard work. They'll rather pretend that they somebody else, take somebody else's life, which is weird. Take their stories, everything, and take credit for everything, and ain't went through nothing. It's nuts, and that's why I be by myself. The moment I see you acting too much like me, I'm moving. The moment you be trying to be a better me than me, I gotta go. Hey, Pumpkin, I'm telling you, it's a lot of people out there to try to outdo you being you. Nigga, I'm me. I'm me. Who you, nigga? I'm talk about mad. Thank you so much, Kimber. Talk about mad. You is you. You is crazy. Be you. Don't be me. And I all way before this, I felt like that, baby. I had homegirls and they got to acting weird. It's single white female-ish to me. God should have never let me see that movie because I watched it when I was young, baby, and I peeped it growing from 12, 13 on up, baby. I was like, oh no. Oh, okay. You get mad when I come on the scene because you not really. Is that a baby spider? No, you ain't. I'ma hope that was some kind of lint. Cause baby, we don't do that. Y'all know I don't do no bugs now. Single white female. Y'all never seen that movie? It'll make you think about all the people around you. He made us one of a kind for a reason. Show did. And it's best that you explore who he made you so you can absolutely love yourself. And it takes time. Because you're so used to being fake. I've been there. And not fake as in maybe your values, but just not being comfortable in yourself. We all been there. You said that's the next movie to watch. My pretty niece that you got, yeah. I mean, you might have to cover her eyes for the part, so you watch it first. But all the nieces and nephews, yeah, they need to watch that. Teenagers do, so that they can understand when a person is trying to make you feel horrible about yourself, it's because they want to be you. No, you go be you over there. I don't like that. I don't fool with that kind of stuff. My mama told me in the Bible even said jealousy is like cruel as the grave, baby. It don't give people back. The grave don't give people back. So I don't want you to be jealous. I don't want you to be envious. Hello, I don't want that. Let me help you find out what your goals are, your things are, so that I can help you be the best you. Cause I don't want you to be trying to tear my character down because you don't like who you are, or try to always make me feel bad about who or what I am. Cause you know them little slick comments and stuff. I peep. Be you, don't be me. I don't fool with that. I'm trying to tell you that's one of my biggest pet peeves. I will quit talking to you quickly. And it's crazy, but I even dealt with this with my mama. She'll be telling me how something ain't this since like when I started modeling. You don't need to be doing that and this and that. You need to be worried about this, that, and the other. Soon as she saw about two or three of my photo shoots, now she taking pictures. Which she's always taking pictures, but now she's gonna be a model. And I was like, thanks, Jen. This my mom. So when I saw that, I was like, yeah, nah. You gonna tell me something is stupid or not good to do and then turn around and do it? When you sit and you listen to people, they'll tell you everything they know, they that you need to know about what they feel about you. If you just get quiet and just let them go, they'll start to tell you everything that's on their heart. And sometimes you spark a little conversation and see, ooh, I've been thinking about my life and stuff, and thank you. I've been thinking about my life and stuff, and I done messed up so many times. Yeah, because I remember when, and I remember when, and yeah, such a. If we talking about your progress, that's something different. I remember when you used to be crazy, and now you're not. This is a good thing. But if it's in a happy moment of mine, and every time you feel me growing, or every time you feel me progressing, you feel the need to bring up my past, I'm watching you. I'm watching you. People's intentions will spill out of their mouth if you be quiet. You gonna know why they don't smile when good things happen for you. You gonna know why they won't celebrate with you. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Okay? You gonna know. And it's a scary feeling and a hurtful feeling to know that there are people that you build up, and again, they are trying to take you down brick by brick. And sometimes it's the people that you've done the most for. Or they feel like they are entitled. Like if God bless you, they feel like they entitled to get some of what you. Was you there when I was going through my struggles? Was you there when I was going through and didn't know and was hello, and was trying to do right and was trying my hardest not to go back to the streets and this and that? Was you there? So why do you think that you're supposed to get a part of what it is that I'm getting right now? Because I don't understand that. Hell, you might have been on the enemy team. I don't know. You said, oh my God, you're talking about something I just went through with a girlfriend. Here we go. I done synced it with too many things. And that's why I be like, yeah, no. With the people that I pray for, and you go away. Go away. Thank you. Go away. Mm-mm. I learned the things that people love about you, that they want for themselves, they will always tell you it's bad, or you should be ashamed of it, or you shouldn't talk about that because you being prideful and you being bold. It's like, God gave me these gifts. God gave whatever it is that is in me, God gave it to me, except for the evil stuff. But the rest of it, God gave it to me. You don't ever get to make me feel bad about it. You don't ever. And there was a time where I would shy away and just, I ain't gonna play stupid for nobody, like, whatever. But I wouldn't talk about certain things, or if God blessed me, and I realized that's a trick of the enemy. You get that? That's a trick of the enemy to get you to not give God his glory. So when you get around certain people, now everybody you can't tell about your blessings, but it's a trick of the enemy to keep you quiet. You'll talk about your sorrow. You'll talk about how you lost your job, how your marriage ain't going right. You'll glorify how your kids is acting up, and all of this. But when it comes to your blessings, people want you to be quiet. No, because they knew I was spazzing on social media about what was wrong. So why can't I give God that much energy and be telling people about what's right? You got me messed up. And if you don't like hearing good stuff, you don't like hearing blessings, you gonna hate it over here. In real life, you gonna hate it. If you don't like to see other people being blessed and you get an attitude about it, you gonna hate it over here. Because when you start getting happy about other people's blessings, you'll start to see blessings come to you. But as long as you feel like somebody don't deserve, or somebody don't need, or you have a crazy thought about why God blessed them, baby, ain't nothing coming your way. And I'm going to tell you the people you need to watch out for. You ready? And then we going to get to class. You ready? Ain't nobody ever did that for me. Ain't nobody ever gave me nothing. I had to work hard for every single thing I got. Stay away from them folks. Steer clear. Because every time God bless you, they going to have a stomach virus face. Because they know you ain't working 99 hours a week and all of this. You are reading your word, doing what God asked you to do, and he is showing up and showing out in your life, and people will be upset about it. I'm trying to tell you. Hey, thank you, Pumpkin. I learned, and I steer clear from them people. They be bitter for real, right? You got all this stuff, and you so blessed. Why is you mad? Because nobody ain't envying you for what you got. I'd be mad too if everything that I did was to impress people and then don't nobody pay attention to it. I'd probably be upset too. Because you didn't do it because that's what you wanted to do to make yourself feel good. You did it to make people envy you. And when they don't, you be mad. And then you have to go telling them how much they don't have and what they don't. Like, it's weird. Very. You said it's sad but true, and it's usually people close to you. God is. I'm trying to tell you what I know. Yep. They'll talk about your problems, but they won't talk about your progress. I'm going to say it louder for the people that didn't hear me in the back. They will talk about your problems to anybody that will listen. But baby, when you start to progress, crickets. You're not going to hear all the grapevines. You're not going to get all the calls about how your life is changing. It's not the same energy. They don't have so much to say when you're doing well, or when God is blessing you, or God is giving you whatever it is that maybe you not losing your mind no more. Maybe you not depressed no more. So they can't come over and say, hey, can I have this? And you be like, I don't care, just take it. Oh, can I have this? Well, do you mind if I just take it, because you don't care? But when you're not depressed no more, they can't come over and weasel whatever it is out of you. Now you acting funny. Yeah, because you're not benefiting nothing from me. I get it. You want me to stay in a state of mind to where I don't know what's going on, because then you can take advantage, move around, go away. You won't get to take advantage today. And no more days after this. It's time for you to move around. I'm trying to tell you. Look at the people around you, and all you have to do is see when they're most around. Are they around most times when you have your good job and your car's running, and you'll come pick them up and you'll come take them and you'll come do this, and then when you're not able to do those things, you don't hear from them? If you can't do their hair for free, they'll go pay somebody else $300 to do it. If you normally give them a deal on a car, and then the one time you say, nah, I can't, they take it to the shop and get it fixed, and pay like 5 times what it is that you normally charge them to do it. And then when they don't fix it right, they come back to you and say, man, I had to pay $2,500, man. But you'll be complaining because I asked you for 5. Can you fix it? No. They work ain't under warranty. I'd be taking it back to the shop if I was you. Want to pay someone else to do touch-ups? Well, man, I used to do people's hair, and they'll come like talk crazy about paying me hair be slayed. Then the next time, because they feeling something about themselves, they'll go to another chick and pay her 3-4 times what I offered. I mean, what I asked for, right? No joke. And then had a nerve to come back and ask me to fix it. I won't. I don't play with nobody else work. You can do it. I could. You're right. I could. But I'm not. I could. But I ain't. Because you like to brag about what you pay for stuff, you put it on social media how much you paid the person. I sure did drop that $550 to get this so in. Oh, okay. And I was only charging you $150? Bad. That's all you say. Next time you come, I ain't taking nothing less because you got it. And her stuff didn't even last 3 weeks. You can wear my sew-ins for dang near a whole season, and they still be looking good. No, thank you. And I take care of your hair under there. I just block all the people in my phone and social media. Only have me when they need something. I've been standing on my boundaries, and it feels great. I'm trying to tell you. I learned my lesson. And people might think that this is mean, but God did not say you had to be a fool. You can be generous and giving without being silly. This is why he always talk, hey Dave, he always talk about wisdom. You ain't gotta be stingy. You can still give and give and give. But God will tell you. He'll tell you all kind of, you ain't gotta be no doormat. God got strong folks. He ain't raising no jellyback soldiers. Ain't. And you ain't about to. I thought you were a Christian. I am. And I'm like the one that'll bush you in your head. God got soldiers. He don't just got priests. And some of his priests was about that life. You need to move around. You think Christian or follower of Christ means I'm about to just let you do whatever you want. It never said that in the Bible. There was praise dancers, there was tambourine players, there was harp players, there was all kinds of people in God's people. You got to know what kind of people you talking to. I don't know why you thought I was a harp player. Never gave tambourine player, I know. So then you might want to question where I am in his kingdom. What exactly it is that I do. He gave everybody a tool. This is mine. Right here. Right? Some people was good at inventions. Some people was good at fishing. Some people was good at money. Some people was good at the bow. Some people was good with the sword. Some people was good with the sticks and the rocks and a piece of leather or rubber. David. But this is what he chose to give me right here. This one. This is the tool that he put in. He said, "What did I put in your hand?" I said, "This whole thing." Circa, what have I put in thy hand? Oh, you know what? We're gonna do it today. Give me a second. Hold on, yeah. Maybe I can find. Ah! Don't do that. Yep. Y'all. Sometimes. This will do it right here. Him. Right? Can I get it? I'm gonna do it. It's another one that I wanted to use this over there, but we're gonna use this one. It's gonna do today. Wait. Wait a minute. I need. Is this it? Right? Because it be a light or a fire. Circa, what have I put in thine hand? It's only this hammer, Lord. Go forth and bust the head to the white meat. Stand strong, I'm with you. All of the experience that I have given you has made you ready to bust this thine head to the white meat. Okay, Lord, I will go. And the Lord quit speaking. You hear me? Listen. He said, Moses, stretch out thy rod. Bam! You hear me? Circa, stretch out thine hammer. Bow. You said what? Go, and I want you to put up a pile of rocks. Anoint around the rocks and sit there and wait. Put your helmet behind your back. Because there is going to be a person that's going to come and you're going to have to bust their head to the white meat. That's what you're going to have to do. Bow, bow, bow. I said, okay, come on in there. Hey, y'all, listen. And look, busting heads every day. It make me excited. You hear me? Hey, he gave everybody a tool. Use yours. Find out what it is and use that. This is mine. You know how I know? Because when y'all came over here, y'all know what I used to see? a whole bunch of mind blown, the big eyes, frazzled head at the top. That means because it wasn't no roof on that head. It wasn't nothing up there but smoke and swirlies. So it worked. I used the tool he gave me right there. And I ain't got to worry about nothing. Just keep it close. Always within reach. You said sure wasn't. It wasn't no top on it. You got pushed your head and then I can see the white meat. Y'all told me every day. Yep. Now I have that song in my head. A radiant night. That part. Come on now. Come on, I'll take it. Yeah. You gotta use the tools he gave you, I promise. And it'll do what it's supposed to do. So put your armor on. Okay. If you need double armor, you do that. You get your sack for the journey, get you some bread. And get your little water thing. You hear me? Get that. You gonna need it. Snatching and bopping, we will go in my old black and we'll snatching and bopping. That's exactly what we do. Hey, my daddy used to call it skull drug. He said, "Don't make me turn into a caveman on you." Skull drug, you bow and be dragging you home. Listen, don't make me skull drug you. Please don't. Oh, here we go. Listen. You're hilarious. So get your armor. You're gonna need it. Okay. Had me crying all morning and it's here, but we just gonna act like it ain't. Cause it's a scary thing. I did. Yeah, get your stuff. I'll be right back. Get your coffee. Do I have any stories about the Aztecs? Well, we do have Indian mythology over there, native mythology. So, yeah. Grab the book, Native Mythology. That's what I was saying. No. I just told you, you read some. I already got what I'm getting ready to look. I don't know. This ain't that. I just told you what to go get. No. I'll be right back, y'all. Y'all ready? Yes, y'all. Is y'all ready to go? Okay. Here we go, family. These are not my words. Y'all know that. I am just the messenger. Do not be talking about how I hurt nobody, because I didn't. Ooh. Hey, Pumpkin. Excuse me. Good morning, Tadera. Um, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Y'all ready? Hmm. What I miss? She a head buster. She a head buster. She'll knock you out for the Lord. And will. And will. Okay. Come on. And will. This the thing. I want people to feel about God how I feel about God. Because he's great. And people probably thought I was doing too much when I first came. But as y'all can see, it's 3 years later. It's hard to fake it every day for this long. Y'all didn't see me in every way that I could be. Sad, happy, angry, hungry, full, floating, a little tipsy. I mean, and even when I used to be having Jesus juice, when I got ready to play, if something ain't in you, you're not going to see it. Right? Thank you. You're not going to see it. So, but even when we was having our turn ups, no matter how tipsy I got, because I didn't get drunk, I got tipsy. I would stop before I'm getting ready to play a song and say, hey, it's a song, we chilling, but don't let this get in your head and be singing it and then you be living it. We don't do that. So even while having Jesus juice, I was still able to say, hey, Holy Ghost ain't just gonna let you get too crazy. You hear me? Hey, this is not something you should be doing. Always a disclaimer. You hear me? But if that's not what I do on a regular, it's not going to happen. Even with my children, when I would be playing, that music that make me feel like I'm a real nigga, I say, hey, don't live this life. This is a song. But the repercussions of living this song is blah, blah, blah. Come on. Come on. You said, wait a minute, Mark. You said what? You said the love between the sheets. But if you ain't married, in my diva. But if you ain't married, cause you ain't about to. I'm not leading nobody in the wrong way. I know what y'all remember. It said the people that led people in the wrong way, they gonna be pricked with the thorns in their eyes. Cause they led people away to stuff they shouldn't have been looking at and stuff. I don't want that. And the things that I do are not because, oh, I'm scared to go to hell. I am, but that is not why I love God. I love God because there's too many memories to think back on where he came through for me, where he has showed me his grace, his mercy, he has kept me. And when old people used to say that, I used to be like, okay. But now I understand. I shouldn't be this. I shouldn't be that. The devil had this intended for me. He had that intended for me. But God had a plan. And it didn't look like what I thought it was going to look like, but it worked out for my good. You hear me? Every single time. From my kids, Everything made me better that he allowed to happen. It gave me character. It gave me strength in the spirit. It showed me that prayers really do get answered, no matter how long they take to come to pass. I used to say, God, I just want to live to see my grandkids. I got four, three technically, but four. I didn't think I was. The way that the church people kept prophesying death on me, it was crazy. I'm like, I'm not even doing nothing. What? Because y'all, I'm not coming here and telling y'all all my business. And because I ain't following y'all rules, then I'm on my way to hell. When half of y'all mean as a junkyard dog, backbite, and everything else. Some of them in the church, we shouldn't have this much high blood pressure and diabetes because y'all is living in the sin of gluttony. No? Ooh, my diabetes acting up. Go over there and give me another piece of that lemon cake, girl. You want to talk about drinking, you want to talk about smoking, you want to talk about all of this. But it's a lot of unhealthy saints in the church, babe. You said there's a recall on blood pressure meds. Did not know it. Interesting. Well, okay. I'm going to say three letters. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? FDA. FDA. If there's recalls on the food, because the food ain't right, and it's an administration that is over that, what's the other letter in there? D. So it will make sense because they're governed by the same authority. So if you're not handling food properly, how you handling medicine properly? Who's regulating it? The same people that's regulating the food that make you sick. Both things you either apply topically or you ingest. No. The same company that make nasal spray make the throat spray that I put in my mouth. Chloroseptic or whatever it is. As far as like the chemical medicine community. Excuse me. These are the same people that regulate what pesticides can be sprayed on the food. The same pesticides and insecticides and all of that 10 years later they find out it caused some kind of cancer. No. The companies that were selling cigarettes and the companies over the food now. Yeah, all of the liquor, everything. All of it. 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 And listen, what's it called? Food Inc. In 2010, I already like wasn't on giving my kids a lot of medicine and stuff. Like they used to tell me, I told y'all they told me they was gonna kick my kids out of school. I don't care about none of that. Where's that waiver at? You're not putting all that crap in my kids. And they used to be mad, and people in my family used to be like, you need to get them vaccinated, blah, 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 blah. I said, I'm not. And if my kids is with you, do not get them no shots. I don't want them to have that. Oh, well, if this breaks out and that breaks out, well, they just, yeah, I'm going to come up here and get their homework. Because I had all my shots, so I'll come up here. See, when they think you don't know, can I ask you a question? A lot of y'all do know, but who didn't know that when you breastfeed your babies, whatever immunity you have, they have? Did you know? My first two kids got chicken pox. My second two kids didn't because I listened to my mom and got my kids the mumps, measles, rubella, chicken pox, all of that. The first two, okay? Up until my daughter was about what, the 9-month shots or something like that. And then I was like, I'm not giving them these no more because every time I give them these immunization shots, they get sick. They get sick. So with the second two, I didn't do that. I was like, nope, they have not ever got none of that. The flu, they hardly ever had it. So I started telling, no, yep, that's why they tell you don't drink when you breastfeed. And listen, them two younger ones, they hardly ever get sick. They hardly ever get sick, and they did not get all them shots. My two older ones, probably about 4 times a year, they gonna get sick. Yep. As soon as the saliva touches your breast, you make antibodies for whatever you got. Yep. 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 And whatever is already in your immune system is given to them. So all of our immune systems aren't the same. So how the same shots work for everyone? Exactly. Yep. The body can heal itself. Exactly. 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 hmm And so then I didn't. And I told them with my grandkids, don't be giving them all them shots. Don't be doing that. Nope. Because they be lying. They be lying. Because they gave all of those vaccinations out for such and such, and everybody still got such and such. Didn't they? Everybody still got the such and such, didn't they? Folks had 2 and 3 and 4 boosters and still getting the such and such. Matter of fact, they getting it more than people that didn't. First, they lied and said if you smoke, it made you more susceptible. Then, it's studies coming out that saying if you smoke, that's probably the reason why if you got it, it wasn't that bad. They don't know. They practice it. I keep trying to tell y'all that. Y'all better quit listening to them crazy people. Think about it. They was like, oh, people that smoke are more susceptible, blah, 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 blah. Now, 4 years later, they like, oh, crazy, because most of the people that smoked was cool. And it was the people who got the, yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to, yeah. But they're saying that it's the cause of all severe cancers too. Yeah, a lot of people then got real, real sick, like heart problems, can't, they're sterile. It's all kind of stuff going on. I never had a flu shot, and I'm 68. My sickness only lasts 3 days. My body does the rest. That's what I'm talking about. Mine too. And I'm grateful for it. And that's why, you ain't about to get me. I don't believe it. Mm-mm. They literally said if you get the shot, when you won't get it. Yeah, but people still got it. Yeah, and got it worse. You said, yeah, my parents. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, that was correct. That's why I said, but maybe I got a placebo. I heard they were doing that. They always do. You said my mother-in-law ended up getting a pacemaker after her. She's a very healthy person, never had issues. A lot of people, Mama Chulo. A lot of people. It was a lady at an appointment that I had. The same thing happened to her husband. He was healthy, never smoked. I don't think he drank or anything. It gave him severe heart problems. And I think he has a pacemaker now because of it too. Yeah. My son got a flu shot because his dad is not paying attention. Oh, wow. They gave all the residents all shots and then they went into lockdown. Many became unalived. Oh, hell no. Mm-hmm. You ain't tricking me. I believe it. Husband, cousin just got diagnosed with stage 4 saliva cancer. What is that? I don't know. Random cancers popping up everywhere. Interesting. They seem to get it even though they get the shots. Yeah. Yeah. All right, y'all. Come on, let's get to this. Tuskegee experiment was real. Yes, it was. A whole bunch of other ones too. That's why I said, you not medical practice. These niggas is practice. And like I told them with my children and myself, I'm not about to be your lab rat. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm not about to be your lab rat. Stuff. No, I didn't. Yeah. Mm-mm. I'm not about to be your lab rat. I'm not going to. And they used to be mad because I was only 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I don't care. We had too many medical books at home. I read all of them. My sister-in-law is having heart problems now. She went into early labor because of it. They said that too. Okay, let's get this cracking. Oh, excuse me. Y'all ready? Jeremiah 14 in the New International Version. Jeremiah 14. Everyone, oh my God, yeah. Listen. That's why you can't let the devil pressure you. You did it, and I just said it. I just said it. I hadn't told nobody where we was going. You're fine. I said I did. I did it. Yeah. Y'all ready? Jeremiah 14 NIV. Here we go. Ooh. This is what this is the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the drought. Can you please tell me, even though I know y'all know, the definition of drought? And what happens in a drought? What are some symptoms or things that can happen with the land and different things when there's a drought? Mm-hmm. Now, I know what it do to the hood when it's a drought. But we talking about the ground. You know, not the hood. We talking about the ground. When it's a drought in the ground. But I didn't see a drought in the hood, too. Everything dry up. Folks is looking real sad. You know, I didn't see it. Without water or food, no crops. Prolonged period of abnormally low rainfall leading to shortage of water and thirst. Interesting. A shortage of water. Interesting. An erosion. Interesting. Hey, Pumpkin. We are in Jeremiah 14. Okay. Don't tell me, but can you think about a time when there was a drought in your life? You're welcome. A place has less precipitation, rain or snow than normal over a few months or even longer. Ooh, there we go. See, see there? Because you need rain or snow, you need moisture for the plants to water, right? So, can you think about a time when there was a drought in your life? Like, God, what is going on? Cabinets bare, can't keep no gas in your car, and it's like you barely get just enough every day to survive. Can I ask you a question? And don't tell me, but I just want you to think about it. What is it that was happening in your life right before that drought started? Don't tell me, just think about it. What is it that happened in your life or that was happening in your life prior to the drought? What was going on? Now, I don't want to know. I just want you to think about that. Hey. Mm-hmm. You said, "Oh, you be asking the right questions." Okay, we gonna move on. These don't be my questions. I just be trying to get to you what he got to me. Cause first everything was good. Your bank account was never in the negative, and then something happened. You said already. I said put your stuff on. Here we go. Judah mourns her cities languish. They wail for the land, and cry, and a cry goes up from Jerusalem. What does it mean to wail? WAIL. What does it mean to wail? I just got here and already getting it. Uh oh. Well, we just gonna drink some water. I really, I'm about to do it. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta put some of that stuff in my coffee. I thought about it earlier and I didn't do it. So I'm gonna let y'all stay right there. I need to know what it means to wail. Y'all, guess what I found out too? A prolonged high pitch of cry of pain and anger. Ooh. Weeping painfully with deep sorrow, crying unconditionally, prolonged grief. Mm. You ever had a time like that in your life? Where where the pain that you felt was so deep you couldn't even get words out? All you could do is make sounds. Your brother's funeral. You said currently. Where your legs was weak and you had to just, as we say, slide down the wall. The past 5 years. Interesting. When you lost your son. Okay. When I found out my baby brother passed. Okay. Yes, you couldn't catch your breath. My kid's father, mother, and my daughter. After I lost my first daughter. Okay. Okay. So do you feel like there was a do y'all got y'all notebooks? Those of y'all that can write. If you at work or you're driving, I know you can't. But do you have your journal? When my mom passed when I was 13. Happy birthday. Okay, well, I hope you have a great day, Michael. Okay. Sometimes you can't even get tears out. All you can do, right? After losing my granddaughter last month. Okay. Okay. So this is a feeling that we have all felt in one manner or another, and it's not always the same. After my great grandmother passed, last time I wailed. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So what do you think was in a drought after that? What, other than missing the person or the diagnosis or whatever, what was it? A drought of joy? Was it a drought of peace? Was it what was the thing that was not? It was a drought of emotion. Interesting. You were numb. Interesting. Happiness. Okay. All the hair on my body is standing up. A drought of feeling alive. A drought of joy. Okay. What about security? Did you have a drought of faith? A drought of faith. A drought of future joy. Interesting. Interesting. You said a drought of feeling understood. Interesting. Peace, understanding, conviction, security, and love. Interesting. Okay. Okay. You said you felt warmness. Okay. A drought. Okay. Of emptiness. Okay. Okay. So can I ask you a question? Of plain emptiness. Okay. Can I ask you a question? A drought of understanding. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Have any of those things started to flourish again? Has there been rain? Whatever it is that you had a drought of, has that changed? Interesting. Interesting. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Did you have to change the way that you think in order for things to start being nourished in your life again? Or did you keep thinking about despair? You had to change. You had to change how you looked at the situation. The hummingbirds come on. Okay. I had to change my mind and actions. Interesting. I was on the fence at first. I had a long talk about, okay. Had to focus on, not on the pain. Interesting. Definitely had to switch up my thinking. I had to change my perspective. Okay. I just wanted to see something. So when you renewed your mind, God renewed all of the things that you felt like you lost. I had to change something. I had to focus on looking for solutions instead of problem. Uh oh, Amber. You said no, it's been 20 years since mom passed. I have not recovered from the loss. Interesting. Interesting. Have you told God that you want him to heal you? It's been well over a year since I needed anything. Have you asked God to help you recover, or are you still holding on to it because that's a good space that you want to stay in because it's comfortable? But do you hold on to it? Do you tell him to heal you, but you don't let whatever it is that you want to hold on to go? Because he's not going to snatch it out your hand. Can I ask you a question? Nobody will replace your mother, but has God tried to give you other mothers? And maybe you didn't accept him, because he'll fill a void for you. It ain't going to take away. You said you're still holding on to her baby boy that is now 34. Okay. Because he'll fill a void. Like, I was a motherless child. My mom was alive, but she didn't mess with me. And all I wanted was a mother that was going to love me. And he sent me my godmother. And so even when I didn't talk to my mom for years and years, and she didn't call me on my birthday, it was like, I mean, she wasn't here. Even if I did call her, she wouldn't answer. You see what I'm saying? So it was like I didn't have a mother, and he sent me somebody that whatever it was that I did feel, I don't feel that now. Does that make any sense? She loved me so good I didn't worry about what love I didn't have. Okay. 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 But he might send you somebody else too. It don't gotta be nobody connected to your mama. He can send you somebody that reminds you so much of your mom that it will feel like she is here with you. Not just because she looked similar. You hear what I'm saying? He can heal your spirit, and he will send you a spiritual mother that will love on you. And it'll make you feel like the love that you felt from, because God knows what to do. But sometimes we isolate ourselves and say, oh, we can only, and I'm not saying you, but I know a lot of people that God will be trying to send them some help for certain, because and he never said you was always going to get it from one source. You hear what I'm saying? He can give you 4 mamas to try to replace the one. And even though they'll never replace her, even your children or whatever else, it was plenty of people in the Bible that lost someone, their child or whatever else it is. But God sent somebody right in that space that reminds them so much of it that no, it don't take the place of it, but it'll fill that void. Because that's what God is. He's a void filler. And I know some pain is unimaginable. There's some things that I haven't experienced, but I know that I've had some gut-wrenching pain, baby, in my life, baby, where I just want to rip my hair out. And when I tell you he will send somebody to heal that, he will. Interesting. I don't know. He's a healer. That's his whole thing. I'm going to heal any pain you have. That's emotional and spiritual pain too. And because he's not going to come down and do it, he'll send somebody to stand proxy for whatever you're missing. You see what I mean? You hear me? Y'all got me? Did you pick that up? They might already be around you. My mother just told me her true feelings towards me. You wish she never did. Girl, be happy. Listen, why would you be sad? It's some stuff you already felt it, and God allowed her to say it out of her mouth. Now you can move on and grow, and you don't gotta stay right there in that place of why my mama don't feel like, why I feel like she treat me different. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If you have that, I'll never feel good enough with my mama and nothing I ever do. God got a mama that's gonna love everything you do. This he gave me one. I'm telling you. Be thankful when people tell you the truth about how they feel about you. That lets you know that you don't have to suffer that thing no more. If somebody tell you I don't love you and I don't want to be with you, and you've been feeling that for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, you hear me? And you always they make you feel less than, they treat you differently. God is trying to set you free from that. Yeah. Well, my mama told me, girl, you basically dead to me. Well, girl, what is I'm doing all this for? Let me get my here. And I moved halfway across the country. When you come to visit, I ain't. I love you, but I won't. There's no reason. Are you coming to my funeral? No. I'm going to remember you alive. That's what I'm going to do. I will remember you alive. I don't want to see you laid down in no casket. I'm going to remember you moving around. That's what I'm going to do. That's it. Mm-mm. Why would I keep taking the knife that a person put in me and driving it deeper when at first it was only surface? Why would I do that? If every time I go to my mother for her to pour into me and it ain't nothing but dust in there, why am I going to keep going back to that fountain when God made more than one fountain? If I need reassurance and I go to the reassurance that, hey, thank you, go to the reassurance fountain, and I don't never get it here. It ain't nothing but dust. I got a bead on it and one drop come out, and it's a reassurance fountain a little bit down the way and around the corner. I'ma just keep going back to the one that's dry. Cause it's the familiar one. No, I won't be doing that. I need water. I need reassurance. I need faith. I need, and to be honest with you, most times when I love my mama, don't get me wrong. Our relationship is changing, but I gotta tell the truth. When I would call her with a situation, there was nothing really that she could give me. Because of the way she felt about me, even if God did tell her to tell me something, her feelings about me got in the way. So there was no good advice that she could give me. Because she hadn't dealt with her heart about how she felt about me. Right? You hear me? So God sent me a mother and mothers and spiritual parents that didn't feel crazy and didn't feel whatever, so that I could get what I needed. Oh, this fountain keep me. I'm flourishing now. To the point where my mom, when I was telling her about my godmother, she called her a witch. My mama got sick right after that. I ain't never said nothing to her. But my real mother called my godmother a witch and told me I didn't need to be listening to her. And so I was like, Mama, you need to talk to her. She would never answer the phone when my godmother called her. And then I think she ended up talking to her once when she had come, when my mother had come to visit me where I was at. I think she ended up talking to her. When my godmother used to try to call and talk to her, she wouldn't even answer the phone. But I'm telling you, 20 years later, I don't know where I would be if God didn't send that woman to me. Because dealing with my mother sent me into depression. Severe depression. Every time I would talk to her, I felt worse about myself. I felt like it was just never. And I was like, God, I need something else. And I moved halfway across the country. And like within a week or two of me moving to this place, God put her in my life. It was 2003. But I didn't start talking to her until 2006. She prayed for me late 2003. I didn't start listening to this lady or really even get to know her till 2 years later. Till about 2005, 2006. It was about 2005 when I kind of started talking to her. I didn't take her seriously until 2009. You hear me? But now, I'd be like, God, please don't take her from the earth. Please. Please. And that woman loved me out of my pain. Do you hear me? She loved me out of my fighting spirit. She loved me enough so that I could learn to trust God. She's the one that told me God is not like man. What man think of you and what people think of you is not what God think of you. And God loves you. Hey, pumpkin. God haven't turned his back on you. People have turned their back on you. People want to use you because you got a good heart and it's big and they know that they can get. This is the lady that helped me. Because I'm crying, I give and I give and I give. And whenever I turn around, it ain't nobody. She said, God want to be your help. Snap me right out my tears. Early 20s. She said, God want to be your help. God got some things he want to do for you, baby. And ain't nobody going to get the credit for it. Nobody but him. But when she said God, I instantly thought, oh, my life about to get better. Oh, no, honey, you got to go through boot camp first. But mama, you said, she said, baby, I don't know when he going to do it. I just know he is. That used to hurt my heart. Because I'm struggling right now. You didn't say he going to bless me. She said, I don't know what he's doing, baby. But God is going to come through. I know he is. He can't fail you. And every time he did. Every single time he did. But I didn't understand that I had to go through a transition because I was so used to people letting me down, and I was so used to people turning their back on me, and I was so used to people leaving me high and dry and leaving me for dead. People that were supposed to care about my well-being, my livelihood. No. And he said, I got to get you out of that thinking because I don't want you thinking that I'm going to do you like people are going to do you. I know you. They don't know you. They don't even know all the stuff I put in you because I hid it. You don't even know it's there. Because if you knew it was there early, you would have let people take it from you. You would have let them abuse the gift that I give you. And it's too valuable what I put down on the inside of you. So I didn't even let you or them know it was there. Now I'm letting you know it's there, and you put a hush on it until I crafted and molded into what I needed to be, so that when I put you out to the people or wherever it is that I'm going to place you, the value of what I put in you will come through. If Jesus' own family, cousins, and friends and people that he was around didn't even believe that his mama did, but the rest of them didn't believe Jesus was the Messiah, Jesus. Okay, you're right. He's going to say, okay. I cut my whole family off. Uh-oh. And muted the group chat. I haven't been to a family event in months. How you feeling? I've been going through the hard times since my mom died, and I'm in my 40s. Day by day, prayers help. And he got somebody for you too, Miss Gonzalez. I'm trying to tell you. Those scriptures in the Bible where it talk about, and he loved him like a son, and she loved her like a daughter. Them people was away from their parents, or their parents were passed on, or so God gave them somebody. And they loved the person so much, after a while, they didn't even want to go back to their family. They was like, nah, I'm staying here with you. I done seen too many miracles over here. I don't want to go back over there. Do I have to? Because if I have a choice, I'm going to stay over here. I mean, if you don't mind, I don't mind. You mean I got to go back to going to family events where I know everybody been talking about me and everybody about to be fake? I'll pass. Where they gonna treat me and my kids differently when I can go to places that God has ordained for me to go, and we gonna have a good time, leave, and can't wait to see them again? Oh yeah, I'll pass on the other. God will give you brothers and sisters and mothers and cousins and aunties and great grandmas. Baby, he done gave my kids got so many grandmas, it's ridiculous. Every state we moved to, God let my kids have favor with people, and they will come and get them, take them places, buy them stuff. I said, no, thank you, Dad. Your kids are so well behaved, and they're just so. Can we take them and buy them some stuff? Sure. You sure can. What time you want me to have them ready? I'm going to stay up all night and give them a good old press. They'll be clean and everything. Don't worry about it. How long y'all going to keep them? Oh, okay. All right. You want to take them to eat pizza? Fine. Mommy, can we please go? Yep. Because I told God I wanted to do something for y'all this weekend, but the way this chatter is set up, it ain't going to be a thing. God said, I never said that you were going to have to pay for it. I put it in your mind to want to do something with them because I had already put it on somebody else's heart. Because really, I need you to have a babysitter so you can get in my face for 2 hours. You can walk through here and anoint the house because you've been feeling something, but you don't know where it is. And when everybody's in there, maybe you can't feel it all the way. So I'm going to have somebody come give you a break so you can just be with me. And I need you to, I need to talk to you. I need you to get in your word. I need you to just be here. Or sometimes he would want me to have a conversation with a person and he didn't want nobody to hear the conversation. And if my kids would have been in there, they might have been knocking on the door or whatever, eavesdropping or whatever. And it was very sensitive information that I might have had to recite and say, okay, you said what now? And this and that. So it's a number of things that God be doing that we don't even understand. I'm telling you. You said, with the quickness, come get these kids. They deserve to be blessed beyond parental comprehension. I'm trying to tell you. I'm not stopping my blessings. Listen, people used to be like, wait a minute, they came and got you and took them to Six Flags. And I asked them, did they want some money? They said no. You don't need nothing? No. Oh, okay. I see. I told y'all my kids would be at the daycare. All the other kids is, and these are corporate daycares, not somebody's house. My kids always up in the front of the office. They helping, they running stuff. They can lead a room because they was, you know what I'm saying? They well behaved, trustworthy kids. Take this up there to Miss Such and Such and go over there and then this and that. They was always, I'm talking about little, 5 years old. They in the office, not for getting in trouble. They in there talking to the talking to the owner. And so my mom says, but I think, and they be like, girl, your kids is a trip. Is what they tell you. What they say. What did they say? Listen. I'm taking my blessings from if God says that he will use humankind to bless you, why don't you let him? Because people, when they give you something, they want something in return. That don't got nothing to do with me. Thank you. What do them want with something? If God, you don't know the scripture about he'll make your enemies bless you, do you? That part, Nicole, that part. Yep, my son gets blessings wherever he goes. And I do offer to pay, but it's all taken care of. So even though I have it rough, he is blessed. I'm trying to tell you. People don't believe in that. Why? Who am I to stop my kids' blessings? If I'm blessed, God said my children will be blessed. Oh no, I don't know. Can I give them this? You sure can. Because guess what? I need to teach them that when you try to line up, and even sometimes when you don't, God will use random people to. This is faith building exercises. Maybe your kid did real good this week at school, and you too busy to figure it out, but God wants them to understand that he saw them. And maybe they didn't get to pick nothing out of the box at school because the teacher is funny acting, but God let them walk in the store and he already had the toy picked out that you couldn't afford or you didn't have the money for, and the person just give it to them. It don't have nothing to do with how you felt. You don't know that they've been trying to do their best at school, and God is going to reward. Just like you want to raise for your performance, God will bless your children for they. You ain't always got to see it. You don't know if they kind at school and, they help. You don't know what it is that God is blessing them for. Oh, no, that's fine. Uh, you don't know if they really praying and asking God to help them, and they're really controlling how they do. You don't get to block their blessings. And I'm seeing it with my grandkids. But please, thank you. Some more, please. Oh, okay. Let's get these manners down. That's the first step. Respectable children. Oh, I want to tell y'all, to those of you that have a 2-story house, if you live in a 2-story house or you live in an apartment building where there is kind of like only one way out type stuff, if you don't have one, you need an emergency ladder. You talking about my baby life. Good, I cry out. But my baby walks in favor wherever he goes. I'm trying to tell you, I know how I go, pumpkin. You hear me? Hello? Okay. Yeah. You need an emergency ladder. Because stuff is crazy. And if everybody's running down the stairs or it's only one way out, y'all need to be able to do what you need to do. You said, okay, good job, Trina. Good job. Good job. That's what you got to be ready because people, that's something that can happen. People be crazy. One of those, right. But I'm just saying, that's something that, it's not something we really think about often, but I was thinking about it. A lot of people live in apartment buildings and they have different sizes. Sorry, y'all. I've been having all my liquids this morning. I told y'all I've been up working. It is chilly, then it's hot, then it's chilly, then it's hot. Okay, hey. Y'all ready? What we got here? Now my 4 children are all grown, but I truly thank God for having a church nearby. Bless us with Christmas that I could not give them. I always remember. Come on. Wow. All right, let's go, y'all. I don't know. Because, listen, that's a different conversation. We'll have to talk about that later. Miss Nick McNeil. Because I don't want nothing transferring to me. And if it's making you sad or depressed, then you have to know if that's a mimicking spirit trying to keep you tethered in that moment. Okay, here we go. It says, and a cry goes up from Jerusalem. The nobles send their servants for water, and they go to the cisterns but find no water. What is the cistern? What is a cistern? A well. What else? There's another thing they used to use back in the day. A tank for water storage, right? They used to use big clay pots to keep water in. Terracotta or like clay. Hmm. But even in Egypt and places like that, they had big old beautiful like vases bigger than us that were clay pots that were real tall that they could catch an underground reservoir for water, right? But they had these big, like a large waterproof container that stores liquid, usually water, right? A sack or a cavity, right? But back in the day, they used to, if they didn't have wells, they had big clay pots that they would make that would catch the water, right? Like how we do with our rainwater. In those little, that would be considered back in the day a cistern. Or if you use pots, clay pots and stuff like that to catch rainwater, barrels, things like that, right? Amphora clay pots, right? Those things, just because the water stays cool in there and different things like that. We had one in our house when I was growing up. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and it keeps the water cool and it's not warm. Bugs can't get in there and the like. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Those of you that can write down this, I need you to. Okay, I need you to write down 5 empty cisterns that you had in your life. That could be friends, that could be family members, that could be a job where you knew you wasn't going nowhere. They kept telling you what well or body of something that a container, shall we say, a person, a job, or whatever. Did you keep going to get something out of it and you couldn't? It was empty. That could be a spouse for emotional support, financial support. That could be your best friend that never has anything good to say when you come and ask them for advice. That could be a pastor or whoever. You don't have to tell me here. I want you to write it down. I want you to write it down. 5 cisterns in your life that every time you went there, they were empty. They didn't have nothing to offer you that was going to keep you alive. Y'all got them down? Yep. Okay. They return with their jars unfilled, dismayed and despairing. They cover their heads. Can I ask you a question? And this is not to attack the church, but spiritually, did you go to the house of God and leave feeling the same way you felt or worse ever? You didn't get nothing when you went. It didn't help you change the way you was acting, the things you was doing. You just felt like, okay, I went to church. I heard some good singing, gave a little money, but my situation ain't changed none. Because if you look at it, the church is like a cistern. You supposed to be able to go to church and get nourishment, to be watered, so that you're not spiritually thirsty. Or if, excuse me, you do try to get answers about just simple things, they're not provided to you. So then how will you stay alive spiritually if you can't get the water you need? What are some symptoms of dehydration? Yep, I really went to church for the singing only. I never really received what I received from WIA. Thank you so much. Fatigue, dizziness, sluggish. Interesting. Have you ever been spiritually fatigued? Have you ever been spiritually sluggish? Have you ever been spiritually dizzy? If you're not partaking at home, don't expect it at church. Interesting. But guess what? What if you are partaking at home and you still don't get it at church? Pastor B? What if you get more fulfilled at home than you do at church? Then what? If you don't feel the spirit when you go to church at all, because everything they talking about ain't talking about nothing, then what? Find another church. Interesting. So why wouldn't you go to the pastor and say, hey, I don't feel fed here. I think you should serve other food. Would that be disrespectful? Because you don't force feed your child things that they don't like to eat. You find something else that's going to keep them alive, don't you? Some pastors ain't looking for other options, other alternatives. They just going to keep serving the same old dried up spaghetti. The shepherd leads the sheep to the food. And when you see your sheep ain't eating enough, you got to go and assess the one sheep or the two. You got to find something else they can eat. If you keep seeing your sheep get worse, you gotta find some food that's gonna get their gut together. Is all I'm saying. God don't keep leading us to dry places where there's nothing for us. Here we go. They return with their jars unfilled, dismayed and despairing. What is it? What does it mean to be dismayed? What does that mean? troubled. So you went to a place expecting nourishment and you are troubled. You stuck in fear. Interesting. What else we got, y'all? Distress. Interesting. Discouraged. Cause someone to feel consternation and distress, experiencing or showing feelings of alarmed concern. Interesting. Okay. So you went to a place to be nourished and you left more stressed out than when you went there. Interesting. The ground is cracked because there is no rain in the land, and the farmers are dismayed and cover their heads. So ain't nothing growing around where you at. Nothing is flourishing. You keep going out there, but it ain't enough water to nourish the roots, so you can't grow nothing on this topsoil. We can't see the produce or the product of your work. We don't get to see it because it ain't enough water flowing and the roots are dying. Think about this. Who's dehydrating food right now? Excuse me. Anybody dehydrating food? Or have you ever? I'll be right back. I know what I'm gonna use. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Dad. When I tell you my dad is amazing, let's do it. Two containers, right? One you can see in, and once this one thaws out a little bit, well, you can see it there. Two containers, one you can see in, and one you can't, or one you can't see in, one you can see in, right? I'm about to show you something. This is what religion should look like, or your relationship with God should look like. See? You see that? This is a healthy relationship with God. This is you walking in your purpose. This is your spiritual life is hydrated. Thank you, Pumpkin. You hear me? I ain't even gonna lie to you. Same product. This is cabbage too. But it's dry, it's brittle, and ain't no liquid in it. In order to be able to even enjoy it the way that I need to, I have to rehydrate it. I ain't gonna lie. I kept going to church, leaving like this. I was still a believer. But the things that I needed to nourish my soul, and I'm not saying all churches, and I done been to a lot of them, but the questions I had, they could never get answered. So I left just as broken up and brittle as I came. It wasn't until God said, I want to teach you. I need you to quit trying to live how men say you should look. And I need you to live the way I need you to. In my dry spiritual life, it was like this, pliable. Can be bent either way. I can roll it up. I can let it go. I can hold on to some stuff. I could put something in here to nourish somebody else. But it wasn't until I let God hydrate my spirit and tell me who I was supposed to be and what he called me to do that I was pliable, babe. Because before then, everything broke me down. Everything made me shatter. Everything made me crumble because I was dry. I wasn't by the living water. It was a river over there, but I couldn't be nourished by it because I was dry and bitter because I was trying to do it the way the world said, trying to do it the way that my organization said instead of following God's way. Then when I came up on situations, baby, I could bend and roll up and bounce back. And be able to hold on to something. Be able to roll something. I could feel this with something and making nourishment for something else. But when you be playing, trying to live the way people want you to live, instead of asking God what your calling is and what you should do, you're going to be like, what's in this bag? Every time somebody could barely blow on you when you a break. They'll say something to you and you broke down. They'll do you dirty and, oh, I can't get back up. I just can't believe it. Quit thinking about it. Go get some hydration and get back up. God can't use you if you brittle. He needs somebody that's pliable, that he can move and roll and make it into whatever he want to make it into. This, I can't do nothing with it until I put some water on it, and then it gotta sit for a while. Which one you want to be? They the same thing, they just not in the same shape. One gotta be rehydrated. One already hydrated. You hear me? Which one you want to be? The one that can hold on to something? You hear me? It is. It is. But will you let God process you? Both of these was processed. Okay? This is processed, and this is going to be, well, technically it was processed to get to me. They both processed, but what you going to be processed into? Life is just like this. It can be dry and mundane because you keep thinking about what you had that didn't dry up. Or you can take what is already flourishing and make it into something else. You decide. You going to be pliable or you going to stay brittle? Every time somebody say something to you, your feelings hurt and you can't take nothing. And, oh, okay. I'm just trying to see what you gonna do, what you want, what you need, what you gotta do. I ain't gonna lie. I was the silver bag a lot of years. I I was that silver bag a lot of years. Pastor B, you know you can go over to YouTube. We record on YouTube. We about at 1,300 messages now over there. You can even do it while I'm in class right now. You said the dehydrated food won't rot, and we won't starve. Right. Again, we talking about right now, and we talking about what your spiritual life look like right now. Do you hear me? That's what we talking about. Because guess what? You gotta have water to rehydrate it. If there's a drought, it's just dry cabbage. You still don't got no you. And it ain't gonna taste good. Gotta have water. Either way it goes. You hear me? I was spiritually dead on the inside and a faithful churchgoer. Period. Faithful churchgoer. Couldn't tell me, had to dress down, knew everything, had been baptized in Jesus' name, had the Holy Ghost, and was spiritually dead. Because I was worried about what it looked like to people instead of what it looked like to God. My praises ain't to people, my praises is to God, babe. And once I got that, I did not care. Just like David, he danced out of his clothes. They was like, look at him, he a king. Look how he acting. Look at her, she's supposed to be a prophet. Look how she acting. I don't care. I'm not trying to please you. You didn't give me my calling. Those people that was laughing at David when he danced wasn't laughing when he was protecting them. Wasn't laughing when he was on his knees asking God to save them from their enemies that they were surrounded by. So if he was worried about how it looked to people, he would have never been able to protect the people because he had to hear God over the people. Hello? You hear that? God's voice had to be louder than the people's voices, or he couldn't have ever even led them. You said, come on, spiritually dead and faithful to church member. That was me. Come on. In real life. In real life. Could quote scripture and tell you about this and that, baby, and was... My gift still came through because God gave me that without repentance. I could still... But then the people in church, because they didn't feel like I was saved today, like whatever, they wouldn't let me work. But would be mad when I came in with 10 souls and ain't nobody brought nobody to church probably in the last 2 years. And every other Sunday when I come in here, it's 5 to 10 people following behind me, lining up 2-3 rows. To the point where my pastor used to ask me, what is it that you actually be saying to these people? Wait a minute, you're mad because I'm bringing souls to church? You're serious, right? Well, I'm just saying, I mean, do you promise them something? Yeah, salvation. God's love. Ain't that what we supposed to be? So then I just started having Bible studies at my house because the people could see how they were being treated because they came with me. So then somebody went back and said, oh, she's having Bible studies at her house. Oh, you didn't ask us. I don't have to ask you. They don't feel comfortable coming back here. So because they don't feel comfortable coming back here, right, Queen? So because they don't feel, I'm supposed to quit talking to them because they don't want to come to this church. You got me messed up. Baby, meet me at my house at 7:30. I'm cooking chicken. Queen, thank you for my chicken too. I'm gonna get that after I get off here. Well, maybe God was trying to bring them to him and not y'all. You said, I'm anointed by the Most High, not man. Bye, child. I'm trying to tell you, they be trying to, you don't get to come, girl, and be mad when you can stand in that. You said you was really around Pharisees and Sadducees. Was, still is. But once I learned what a Pharisee and a Sadducee was, I was like, ow. Why is I'm getting offended? Y'all didn't even know Jesus when you seen him. So you damn sure ain't gonna know one of his true followers. You didn't even know him when you saw him. You walked with him, ate with him, touched him, saw the miracles he did, baby, and that still wasn't good enough for you. So why would you ever believe that he gonna use me when you didn't even believe who he was? He said his children recognize his voice. Maybe you not his kid. He your stepdaddy. That sometimes you mess with it, sometimes you don't. Got it. God uses ordinary people to do his bid. Come on. Well, what exactly are you doing over there? Every place I went, it was always a pastor. And I don't know how it would be on my, they would be on my block. Is y'all always around? Watching me what I'm doing. Look, is you need to be busy doing what God called you to do. How many people you done brought to your church telling me you need to quit telling them people to come over your house and tell them to come to my church? Why would I do that? Why ain't the people that God is telling you to bring to your church bringing the people? Listen, green don't look good. Girl, I used to be like, oh, you don't know how many pastors and ministers have come to my house because they saw the groups growing. First it'll be the kids and then the parents. And they always came around and was trying to tell me, well, tell me how many people you brought to Christ this week. Not preached at them. How many people did you take from the streets to the water? Tell me. Oh, that's not important. Oh, but you want to be over here in my business because these 3 people right here just went down in Jesus' name last week, and I got 2 that's going this week. So I just want to know, why is you over here? Matter of fact, when y'all come, they leave. Now ain't nobody sharing. Now ain't nobody telling all their business. They close up like clams, honey. You know where I seen this before with my daddy? He would be ministering. His disciples would be ministering. And you know who came being bothersome and nosy and messy? The Pharisees and the Sadducees. They couldn't even sit on the hilltops no more. They had to go start having them on the way out in the desert where ain't nobody at. And oh, well, look at him. He over there eating with them. And I thought he's supposed to be saved. He got him a cup with some wine in it. This is God in the flesh. If they call God in the flesh a warlock, a drunk, a magician, why do you think they will see you? He said, my kids gonna go through the same thing I went through. You gonna be hated, not because of you, but because you belong to me. Now, if he was only talking to the church, who in the church was going to be hating the body of Christ? Who in the body of Christ was going to be hating against the people that was really his followers? Tell me. Because the Bible is not to the world. It's to the church, to the body of Christ. So do you realize that the Pharisees and Sadducees wasn't trying to sit up on their high horses? They could have been saving souls, but you know what they was worried about? The people that was. So much so that they lied and schemed and stole and unalived people to make them look holy, and all the while doing all the unholy things. But they looked holy to the masses, but they were not holy. They let a guilty person go free and unalive the innocent person. They made up lies about the innocent person, but knew the truth about this other dude and still let him go. They mocked the truth and believed the lies. Oh, okay. Well, I don't got to worry about that. How many people you had to line up? 5, 10, 20, $100 lines. Listen, can I ask you a question? Name how many times Jesus asked somebody to give him something other than water or something to eat. How many times you see God ask for something or exact something out of someone? You know who was always telling somebody the you ain't gave enough. This all you gave, this all you think about the Lord to give him your pennies. What if that's all I got? I might be the widow with the mites. How about you give me some? I'm the I'm the I'm the one in need here. You got on Dolce and Gabbana, Reverend. You 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 drove a 2023 in here. My car about to break down. The Bible says that the motherless and the fatherless and the widows and the people should be able to come. You don't even know I don't got gas to get home, Reverend. Can I get a little something from the church? Y'all got some gas cards y'all hand out? You telling me I ain't been here? Did you know my car was broke down? And I got too many kids to ride on the church bus. But I done paid my tithes faithfully for 17 years, and I can't even get 400 on the car. 200, hell, 50. But you talking about we need to give a offering to get mother to the convention. And all of the musicians so that you can look good at the convention. Well, I won't be making it because I can barely get my kids some food. Your faith ain't big enough, huh? Well, how about your faith be big enough to get the mother and everybody else to the convention? So your faith don't apply to my situation, but my faith apply to yours. Interesting. Okay. God's not going to use you to grow my faith? When I come to my shepherd and say I'm thirsty, I can't get nothing. I'm just going to leave as thirsty as I can. So then if I go throw these legs back behind my ears and give me a sugar daddy, you going to say I wasn't walking in the Lord. Well, my spiritual father didn't come through, so I had to go get me an earthly one. You said what, son? I'll take that. Don't worry about it. Some people didn't backslide because they didn't want God. They spiritual fathers and mothers didn't know how to feed them, so they became destitute. And they put themselves in situations that they shouldn't have been in because they couldn't get no help where they supposed to be able to get. Oh. 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 We ain't gonna talk about that though, huh? You wanna scream and holler, you my spiritual father and mother? Well, spiritual parents take care of their kids. You ain't about to let your baby go without. I'm your kid, right? You want me to address you as my spiritual mother and spiritual father, but baby, you be leaving me over here starving, making sure you straight. We ain't never seen a church give back nothing. And then, thank you. If you do, it's my take on the 90s, early 2000s. It's the bell bottoms too, girl. I just need me a set of pumps on. I was gonna put them on, but I be moving too much, and I said, who gonna see your feet anyway? Nobody, and I ain't paid my toes, so I just went on. We went to my cousin's baby dedication, and after the collection, the pastor said, "This isn't enough to clean my suits." Did you hear that? She went to her niece's or nephew's dedication, cousin's baby's dedication. They gave a donation, and the pastor said that ain't enough to clean my suits, baby. I be trying to tell y'all. I bet you don't. I didn't seen it. I didn't see. You forget. I come from a long line of pastors and ministers and bishops, and I know a lot of them too. You said he would have got cussed out. Forgive me, Lord. Mm-mm. I had one church that helped me get the money to go to training when God gave me my state job. Okay. Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying there ain't none, but there's more that don't than do. Yeah, I know this because I done been in church all over the country, honey, and been a faithful member, paying my tithes and everything. And then, baby, I couldn't. Mm-hmm. That's why they, sister, you ain't. Listen, even when I was in the club, and I know it's crazy, I used to take my change and throw it in the mailbox. My tithe from the shake 'em up. Because I didn't even want them to see me. I didn't know that they had cameras out there, but I would just take it with the ball of money, count it out, and put it in the thing and drive off. I don't. When I pay tithes, I don't even put my name on it because I don't want you treating me nice because you think you know what I'm saying. You pay more, so you get treated nice. Oh no. Sorry, y'all. Here we go. Let's get down through here. Listen. And I'm not. Every church ain't the same, but it's a whole bunch of them that really. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. I never put them hangers back. All right, let's get this popping, y'all. Y'all ready? Okay. So it says, even the doe in the field deserts her newborn fawn because there is no grass, while donkeys stand on the barren heights and pant like jackals. Their eyes fail for the lack of food. Although our sins testify against us, do something, Lord, for the sake of your name. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever known, have you ever had a situation where my husband and I, about 8 people, walk smooth out the door? Uh-oh. Have you ever been in a situation where it took a drastic turn for the worse and you knew for a fact that it is because you did something that God did not like? And it didn't take a long time. It was quick. Life changing. And you start saying, God, I know I did wrong, but please just, you said, yep, recently. Okay. You said totally life changing. Everything was cool. You said instantaneous. You said yes. You instantly knew. Okay. This is because you can't even be mad when people trying to come and talk about, you know what, I already know what this is for. Don't worry about it. Well, what happened? I don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it because you the one that made it happen. If it was somebody else, you would want to talk about it. But because it's you, it's just too much for you to talk about. No. Rita said, yeah. When you the person that made a fool of you, you don't want to talk about it. When the other people try, you will not believe what they tried to do to me. But when you made a fool of yourself, you don't be ready to tell that. It's just some things I'm going through. You said, and don't. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know I've been into, ooh, that. Did y'all go get the pecan pie? Cool Whip? Baby, in this coffee, it is the truth. It's so tasty. I should have bought two. Dang. I should have got, listen here, because baby, this right here, mixing this. I don't normally do Cool Whip in my coffee either, or whipped cream. Baby, in here, so we is on food, because I just, they need to keep this as not a holiday thing, and keep this for a long time. Because in your car, I don't care what flavor, this is the truth mixed in with this. It made me want some. That's nice. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I'm sorry. All right. It says, for we have often rebelled. We have sinned against you. Hold on. I don't know. Why would you ask me? Soon as I see plant-based, I roll my eyes and go to the next thing. So you know I'm not going to know. Why would I want grass flavored? Like, I don't want that, Queen. I don't even look for it. Anything that say it ain't real, I don't want it. It's a version of it. Mm-mm. Don't give me fake cheese. Give me real cheese. Don't give me fake meat. Give me real meat. Don't give me. I'm just saying. So you be making eggs out of beans? I seen somebody do that the other day. You be making eggs out of beans, Queen? Do you? You said, and if I do, oh, you be making eggs out of beans. Muck beans. That's what the lady, I said, no, wait a minute. I'm not saying vegan food ain't good. I'm not saying it ain't, because it's a lady, I love watching her make her food, and it looks so good. And I probably would eat it. But am I going to make it like that for me? No. I eat vegan food. I'm telling you. I told y'all it was a minute. I didn't eat when I was pregnant with my fourth child. My body was so weird. I didn't eat meat. I didn't want I couldn't. And when she was until she was like 2 years old, she would not eat meat. She kept saying, "I'm gonna be a veterinarian." By the time she was 4, I said, "A veterinarian? Yeah, I ain't gonna eat no meat." I said, "A vegetarian?" She said, "Yeah, that's what I said." I said, "No, baby, you said a veterinarian." She was trying to say vegetarian. She was 4, and I was like, I don't too much care about this meat. It was a time when I didn't eat meat, but I wasn't eating no grass. I just ate a whole bunch of vegetables and stuff. I didn't. Mm-mm. I ain't taking no beans and making no eggs. I'm just not gonna have no eggs. I knew it. I could feel it. You probably was. When I said, that's probably what Queen be doing. She be. I said, I bet you she do this. Like I had a feeling, and here you say, and what if I do? And knew the exact thing that she be making the eggs out of. But I felt it, and this was yesterday. Listen. Moving on. Here we go. Oh, what's it mean to rebel? Hmm. 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 I even started putting chlorophyll drops in my coffee. Can't taste it. To go against. How many times? Okay. Do you feel like God has your best interest at heart? To opposing or taking arms against a ruler. You mean like Trump's people did on January 6th? Moving on. Um, do you feel like God has your best interest at heart? A person who refuses alliance to resist or rise in arms against the governor or ruler of his country. Interesting. Okay, let me ask you a question. Before you fire anything at me, just sit you right there. All right, here we go. I need you to write this question down. You ready? Queen said tomatoes is loaded. How many times have you rebelled against your own interests? How many times have you rebelled, yes, against your own best interest? Every time that you rebelled against God, you rebelled against your own, like your best interest. Like God has he looking out. You rebelled against your own best interest. You crazy. We all have. You said, "Oop, let me go walk my fish." Oh, okay. It's like somebody walking up to you and saying, "I have $1,000,000 for you." You say, "I don't want that. Why would I take that from you?" Well, I have a house to put you into. I don't care. Well, I see you always walking. I got a car. What does that have to do with me? I'm going to continue in the way that I've been because I'm used to it. Because I don't know what all you're expecting of me, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. But I know I can do this. I can keep walking. I can keep sleeping outside, and I can keep being broke. Because I know this. But I'm just doing this because I care about you, and I've been watching you for a while. You said, my kid, I hear my kids calling. Uh-oh. 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 God said, I got the best for you. You said, I like Mr. and Mrs. right now. For crying out loud, it's Friday, CERCA. Uh-oh. I was just asking a question. I was just asking. We just gonna move on. All right. You who are the hope of Israel, its savior in times of distress. Why are you like a stranger in the land, like a traveler who stays only a night? You ain't gonna stay that long, God? He like, no, I can't really be in here. It's too much going on in here for me. I really don't frequent these places. I mean, I do. But I be hoping that when I get in there, everybody gonna act right. But no, they like this. I'm gonna go on and go. You said the phone is staticky. Uh-oh. You said CERCA, I can't hear you. Something's going on with the line. It's breaking up. I'll be back. I'm gonna try to get on later. Mm-hmm. Why are you like a man taken by surprise, like a warrior powerless to save? You are among us, Lord, and we bear your name. Don't forsake us. God, I know I said I wasn't going to do it no more, but I'm back over here. God, can you please forgive me? Don't leave me over here with him because I thought he had changed and he didn't, and now he got his hands around my throat. God, I thought she had changed and she said she loved me, and now I got to go see the doctor, God, because I found out she was with my homeboy and I'm sorry. I know I said. Oh, we're just going to keep reading. This is what the Lord says about this people. They greatly love to wander. You said, I'm going to go lay down. What does it mean to wander? Thank you, Leanne. What does it mean to wander? Not with destination. With no destination, excuse me. So go aimlessly, indirectly, or casual. To go aimlessly, indirectly, or casually. Move around with no specific destination. So you're going to jump from relationship to relationship to relationship, from job to job to job, to church to church to church, to friend to friend to friend, to car to car to car. And yet, you still ain't satisfied. From business idea to business idea to business idea. None of them did he tell you to do. You love it. You love being lost. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to raise two hands. Who loved being lost? At one point in time, I did. I thought about hell, honey, but I was like, well, if I'm going to go, I might as well go in style. Trick of the enemy. This situation going to be better than the last one. Just come on over here. Let me show you. Well, the last one was light skin, so I'm going to give me a dark skin because dark skins act different. No, they don't. Not when they in sin. They don't. They all act the same. Because sin look a lot alike. It's familiar. He going to have something that reminds you. She going to have something that's going to remind you. That job is going to offer you the same thing your last job did, even though it's the bait and switch. Well, he talk about God, but he don't live like he believe in God. What does that mean? Sin has no unique feature. Carbon copy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Same face, different person. Come on. Shay said, wait a minute. I came over here to learn, Auntie. What is you doing? You said I learned this the hard way. Both of the Shays then came in. They like, wait a minute. Not Shay and Shay. They said, look here. Hello. Hello. You hear me? You get a different body, but it's the same spirit. A familiar. Class of hard not. Okay. They do not restrain their feet. It ain't nowhere you won't go. It ain't nothing you won't do. You up for whatever, whenever, it's always up. Anytime somebody offer for you to go, you going. Constantly running a mess, constantly running a drama, constantly running to somebody's bed you ain't supposed to be in, or letting them run into your house. You ain't restraining your feet from nothing. You said up and stuck, Lord. Okay. So the Lord does not accept them. He will now remember their wickedness and punish them for their sins. Please, please. God said, I let all the blessings dry up. It ain't even enough water or vegetation in your life for the animals in your life. It ain't no food for you or your dog, your cat, your bird. He said, because you like running away from me. And all of the stuff that I forgave you for, he said, now I'm going to remember it. Because you won't stop doing it and you won't let me forget. Now I'm going to remember it. And now you're going to pay for what you wouldn't let me forget because you keep doing it. People say that's in the past, but you're still doing it. I used to literally say this to my ex-husband. I said, shut up, because you're still doing it. You just did it the other day, so how was it in the past? You was doing it 3 years ago and you're still doing it today. No, honey, that's the present. You could say it was past if you weren't doing it anymore, but it's not the past. It's the present, and look like it's going to be my future, too, because you don't plan on changing. You're going to keep doing the same thing over and over. You're going to keep saying the same words that hold no weight. You're not going to change. You just don't want me to be mad at you. You don't want your blessings to stop. You don't want the favor to leave your life. So you thinking you're going to tell me whatever it is to keep me here, but I see you. Hello? No? How many times would you not let God forget because you ran right back to it once you asked him to forgive you? Whatever that is. It could be gambling. You said, God, I'm not going to waste my money no more. And as soon as you get paid, you right back gambling. And then you're mad because you don't have the money that you need. What is that face for, girl? What is that face for? All of y'all have the same face? You gamble with your body? How many of us play, we gamble with our body? What is that? What is it? Is it Russian roulette? Is that where the thing is going around there? You don't know where it's going to stop? What is that? Blackjack? Is that blackjack? Okay. Blackjack. Sorry. Russian roulette is with the gun. How many of y'all, well, hell, Russian roulette or blackjack, you've been playing? You said time to go because you are out of line. Oh. You just, wherever you end up, you end up. And if this the last time, well, this the last time. You said, let me hush. Okay, let's just read then. Roulette. It's roulette. Okay, roulette is the the thing where you put the marble on there, right? You try to guess what number it's gonna stop on. Is it? I think I hear my mama calling. There's nothing wrong with getting honest. No, it's not. You live a better life. Okay. All right. I just asked. All right, here we go. He said, then the Lord said to me, do not pray for the well-being of this people. Do you know that there's people that God won't let you pray for because he made up his mind? You would try to pray and pray and pray and not a tear come out your eye. He said, no, I'm done. For real. And my godmother is the one to help me understand this. Yeah, it's people who'll tell you don't pray for them. I'm done with it. Don't send nothing up here because I'm not gonna hear it. And this happens more than, yeah. When she told me that I was praying for them, she said, did God tell you to? Although they fast, I will not listen to their cry. He said, you might as well eat. You said, but I thought you were supposed to pray for your enemies. Who said that they were your enemy? They don't have to be an enemy. It could just be a person that God has rejected. And he don't want you praying for a person. Okay. I'm about to say this, and this might sound scary. Remember when I said to y'all, if you know a person is not in our community for a reason, don't keep bringing them up over here. Especially when they the reason they not over here. Don't keep asking where they at. Don't talk to me about them. Y'all remember I said that? It ain't that I won't pray for them, but they decided they didn't want to be a part over here and then talk crazy, so then they not over here. And I said, please don't bring them up to me. It's the same thing. I was kind. I did what I was supposed to do. I tried to work through the issues. You want to keep doing this, so you going to go on and go over there and don't bring them up to me no more. They made their choice, and I'm letting them have that over there because them being here causes more problems than help. Because they're creating problems that don't need to be. You said this ain't the art of what he already wanted and wouldn't ask that of us. What? You do realize we're reading the Bible, right? You don't remember when he told Hosea don't mourn his wife? His wife died, and God said, don't cry. Don't pray. Don't nothing. Get up, dry your face, and go to work. Yes, he will. This is scripture. You mean to tell me that God, literally, God is saying this? This ain't even nobody else saying it. It said, and the Lord said. We reading it. This is scripture, huh? Anyway. Although they fast, I will not listen to their cry. Though they offer burnt offerings and grain offerings, I will not accept them. God don't gotta accept whatever you want to give him. Be quiet. Cuz he said I'm not accepting it. You ain't never had nobody try to give you something that was ran down, had holes in it. You can tell they wore it till they couldn't wear it no more. Then they want to give it to you. God don't want no worn down praise. It's raggedy, stank, got holes in it, bleed. It ain't good for nothing. He said, and I've been good to them. I let everything, and then you always want to give me your least. You didn't spend all this time with your friends today. You didn't spend all this time talking and doing whatever you wanted to do. And now when you tired, you want to praise me. When you can barely keep your eyes open. Why you didn't give it to me when you first got up? You want somebody to eat on some chicken bones and leave a couple bites and then close the box and put it in a bag, heat it up and hand it to you. When you open it, it ain't nothing but 8 on bones in it, bones that have been eaten off of in there. That's what you want. They didn't give it to you and come share it with you when it was whole. They waited until it wasn't worth anything to give it to you. And this is how we do God. It ain't until we really don't have nothing to offer that we won't talk to him. But as long as stuff is good in our life and our bank account is good and our boo love us and we popular amongst our friends, we don't have anything to give him. And if we do, is once if we in trouble, if we sad, it ain't no real praise. If you went to a restaurant that said they serve chicken, I'm telling you, and when you went up there to get your plate, they gave you a thigh that wasn't, it was the skin on top, but when you opened it up, it was 8 on in there. Would you eat it? You could clearly see that the person, ooh, which is the favorite part of the thigh for me, that top part, when you peel that off, that not just the skin, but the meat right there. That's the first thing I'm about to dip in some mashed potatoes or something. You wouldn't eat it. And God said, you can do it. You can put a lamb up there, a ram. I ain't even smelling it. I ain't even gonna be over there, so I don't know what y'all cooking over there, cause I ain't over there. I ain't over there. So that's like somebody inviting you to a barbecue, and they be like, "Oh, what did they have?" You like, "I don't know. I went over there. I didn't go. I don't know. I know they was doing something on the grill, but I didn't go, so I can't tell you what's over there." You hear me? Come on now. Class rules. I love y'all. Y'all know the deal now. You said, let me pick my feet up off this floor. You said her and her props. That is the classroom. Y'all know. Hey, listen. All right. Woo. He says, I will not accept them. You can do all that praying and crying and fasting, but if you're not listening to what I ask you to do, it's pointless. No, that's not new. It's been here for over a year, Pumpkin. But anyway, I've been saying that. Even before we got the shirt, because I used to say it all the time. Even 2 years ago, I say don't come in asking what we talk about. Just listen. That's why she made the shirt. You listen or scroll up, you'll know. You said this dose of truth put silence on me. Uh-oh. Okay, let me ask you a question. Anybody in here married or a parent? Anybody married or a parent? I've given the example of you ask your spouse or your child, you ask your husband to go take the car for an oil change, and you ask your kid to clean the kitchen. Okay. You ask your spouse to take the car for an oil change because you busy doing something else for the family. And you ask your kid to clean the kitchen. You get busy doing whatever it is that you are doing that's going to help the family, and your husband goes and rotates the tires, and your kid goes and cleans the bathroom. How is that going to help you? That's not what I needed from you. You did what you wanted to do, what you think I wanted you to do, instead of what I asked you to do. We do that to God all the time. We give God what he thinks, what we think he wants, instead of giving him what he asked for. We do it when we feel like it. You said, oof, ouch. We do it when we feel like it instead of when he's asking for it. It don't matter if we got people coming and I need you to clean the kitchen today and you don't clean it until tomorrow. Well, they came to see the kitchen trifling. Or I ask you to go in there and spray the bathroom down because grandma's coming and you know how she is. And you go in there and you wipe the kitchen counters down and don't go in there and scrub the toilet. Well, God, this is what I thought you wanted. That's not what I asked, though. One of the things about the Pharisees and Sadducees, everything that they did was for people to see. It wasn't if God was pleased with it. And they did it when they felt like it. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. You said, oh, I've learned to be specific. That part. Do you hear me? You hear me? God can ask you to isolate, and you say, God don't want me to be by myself. So I'ma still go to church, or I'ma still go to this thing. And he say, no, I need you to sit down and just be with me. Well, why would God ask me to not go to church? How many times did he take his prophets and people away from the crowd for a long time so he could teach them and guide them and give them wisdom and knowledge and then take them back to the people? Even Jesus went to pray when he was trying to get what he needed from God, and he was God in the flesh. He didn't have him pray always up in front of the people because there were things that he told Jesus. Some of those things Jesus told the disciples. Jesus did not tell the disciples all that God told him. Then when he went and spoke to the larger communities, what he told the disciples, he didn't tell. Fluffy's everywhere. That came from you. The things in this book, he only told the 12 disciples, not the masses. The things in the book of the dialogue of the Savior, the masses didn't hear them. They heard things from Jesus, but it wasn't this. Thank you, Mr. Avery. Jesus knew the hour and the day that he was going to be crucified. Did he tell them? When he was 15, he knew the exact day that he would die. Did he tell his mama? He said, you know, I'm going to be unalive for what I do. But did he tell her what day? Did he tell the disciples 15 years before he met them, this is going to happen, that's going to happen? Maybe he did. But there was things that Jesus knew that the disciples didn't know, and they was walking with him. And there was things that the disciples knew that the people in the crowd didn't know because it wasn't for everybody to hear it. God did not give me the information that I got until I got away from the crowd. Can I ask you a question? A master doesn't tell all his knowledge. Come on. Let me ask you a question. With Ezra, the Ezra that we read that's outside of the Bible, the one in the OTP, did he get the messages while he was around people or while he was away from people? Okay. Goodness gracious, I just realized how sick Dad must be of us. Like 2,000 times more than I thought. As my godmother told me the other day, he's not. When Moses got his word, where was he at? Who was with Moses? Abraham? When Mary got the news that she was going to be mother of all mothers, who was with her? Okay. Okay. Ooh. It says, instead, I will destroy them with sword, famine, and plague. So let me ask you a question. Right? Is the sword, famine, and plagues in our lands right now? All over the earth? Could it be because we've been wandering away from God for a long time as a planet? Hmm. There are people on our planet saying they are God. God is not real. He's made up. The Bible was written by men, like every other book that tell them that Christianity ain't real isn't written by men, but okay. And what is God doing to what he gave us? Is he drying the earth up? Is he destroying it on every continent and the islands? We have food scarcity, don't we? Do we? Huh? Do we? Have a seat. Learn something. The oldest Bibles in the world, not from Rome. And if you knew, the first Romans was black. Shh, shh, you're real loud and wrong. It's people here that worship Jehovah before the Catholic Church got here. That's why you see ancient Hebrew everywhere. The Indians was writing in Hebrew. Aramaic, listen. Oh, Jesus, please help me. You see what that's saying? You see it right here? You see that? You know what else is here? The Greeks. You know how the Greeks got to Greece? When people migrated out of Africa, they took their religion with them. When the languages were changed, they changed the names, not the religion. Jesus, please help these people. They be so smart. Jesus himself was in Egypt and they knew he was coming. But you probably haven't read the stories about when he got to Egypt, so then you'll just believe anything. There's a reason I just pulled out a Coptic Bible, an Egyptian Bible. But again, if you let small barriers cloud you from the whole picture, then yeah, you'll never see it. They keep forgetting that he went to all people. That means the people that spoke Chinese, the people that spoke Russian, the people that spoke Korean, the people that spoke Arabic, the people that spoke Latin. Or did you not know? He went to the Arabians. He went to the Persians, and his people had been going amongst them and being taken into captivity, and God used that to spread his word then, just like niggas go to jail and all of a sudden they a preacher. I just be wanting to know when y'all gonna see it. Thank God I'm not so smart, I'm silly. Thank God that he led me to the information that he did. So when I go look in Norse mythology, I see that the Nephilim and is mentioned over there, so that the people that were up in the Celtic lands, they knew about they knew about the Nephilim. They didn't steal it, they were them. Of the Chaldees, what we now call Ireland. Abraham was in Moses probably went to A lot of God's people went to And in Norse mythology, Erd and the Nephilim lived in Erd. Well, where did the Nephilim start at? In of the Chaldees. Crazy. They forget that in Solomon's days, all the wise men of the earth went to Solomon. That's why when I go over here and I'm looking in Buddhism and Hinduism, I can see Psalms and Proverbs. It's Psalms and Proverbs. But if you only looking at it from the people, then you wouldn't know. You wouldn't. You wouldn't know. Quit trying to find the differences and find the similarities, and you will see the picture. You will see the whole puzzle then. Throwing puzzle pieces away ain't going to help you fill up the board, babe. So if Jesus only spoke Aramaic, how did he go to the Arabians? To the Chinese people? If it says he went out into all the world by himself, if he couldn't speak their language, how did he talk to them? Tell me. I want to know. Tell me. Jay, if you go to the African country where they only do knocks and ticks, is your name going to sound the same? Is it? Is it? No, because they don't even use vowels or consonants. They use knocks and ticks. But they can still be saying your name. You just won't understand it because you don't understand the knocks and the ticks. Jesus did. Because in our reality, his real name, human mouths can't even pronounce it. But you'll have to go a little deeper to find that. No. Okay. This is something I'm not going to argue. Listen. Understanding, deeper understanding, not just surface things is a thing. Right. He said that things was going to confound the so-called wise. I promise you, and I see it every day. They are arguing over his name, but don't know if they got his spirit or not. It's bigger fish you need to be trying to fry. Let me go make me some coffee. I got one real quick question because I got to run to the restroom. Do y'all think that when God Himself changed the languages at the Tower of Babel, that He didn't know His name was going to be changed? You hear me? I'm going to ask again. When He changed the languages, when everybody didn't speak one language, do you think He knew His name was going to be changed into different? Did He know? Do you think that if He would have been pressed on that He would have did it? Because it's a whole bunch of people saying they carry His name, and He said they ain't even my kids because they spirit ain't mine. Do He only have one name? Do He only have one name? And he has a name that nobody knows, which is his real one. He exactly ET. This is what I be trying to tell people. But that be above some people's head because it just do. But once you study enough to even know that he has a name that no human mouth can speak, then you won't fight over which name is right. Because it's a name that we can't even pronounce with our vocal cords. Oh, 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 oh. Great. This ain't even the way I was going, but let's go. Please, somebody find me the Turkish name and the Japanese name for their version of Noah. What's the Celtic name for Noah? What's the Tongan name for Noah? What's the Hindu name for Abraham? The crazy thing is this, people be arguing, and in your very Bible, It lets you know that what the Persians called one person, the Hebrews called another, or the Israelites. Yes or no? Yes or no? Nimrod's name that's the name in Hebrew, but the Persians called him something else, and the Asians had another name. Turkish is Nuh, Nuh. Thank you, Tootsie. So should I say, oh, Noah ain't real because the Turkish people call him Nuh? Somebody else call him Manu. The Hindus call Abraham Brahma and Sarah Saraswati. Is it not Abraham and Sarah? Is it or is it not? The Celtic is Noai. Naoi. Okay. Or Noe. Interesting. In Hindu, Abraham's name is Brahma. Can I ask you a question? What was Joseph's other name? The one that was taken captive. What was his other name? Matter of fact, what was Jacob's other name? Zaphaneth or Panay for Joshua or Joseph. Interesting. Zaphaneth Paneah was given to Joseph. So if somebody came and told me an Egyptian story about Zaphanath or Zaphaneth that sounded exactly like Joseph's story, and I said, that sounds like Joseph's story. It's Joseph. When they went into slavery or captivity, they got other names. Even when God says you are grafted into the body of Christ, he gives you a new name. What was Paul's name? Paul's name used to be Saul. Was it a different person? You said the Hawaiian version of the biblical name Joseph is Lokepa or Lokepa. Interesting. Is it not Joseph? Enoch turned into Metatron. Come on. So if they names could change, but they were still the same people, how much more for God himself in the flesh? What good of it would it have done Jesus to go to Japan and only speak Aramaic? Could 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 he have gotten his message through? If Jesus spoke Aramaic and he went to a place where they only spoke Swahili, could he have done what the word said and went out into the world and spoke to every race of people? Would that be a lie or the truth if he don't speak the language that they speak? You said they didn't just change his name, they changed Jesus as a whole image. You can read, right? Do you only read pictures? Do you only read pictures or you can read letters and words and phrases and paragraphs and scriptures? Hello? Nobody gonna answer the question. Can you read? Yes. So what does it matter if they put a picture in front of you if you can read the scripture and see what it says he looked like? The word didn't change what he looked like, just the pictures did. Are you reading the word? If you go look up what a sheep hair look like, you will know the picture ain't it. It doesn't matter what picture they're showing you. What's in the word? He said your eyes is gonna deceive you as far as what you're looking at on the out. But did you read what was inside the Bible? If you go and you look up what a lamb's wool look like, and then you go and look at the skin that they said it look about like my color or a little darker. No matter what picture they show you, what are you reading? Right? I can take a bottle that's bleach and write Kool-Aid on it. But you know a bleach bottle when you see one, don't you? And when you open it up like you do the Bible, you'll be able to tell it what it is. I don't gotta prove to nobody that I'm a black woman. You can see it. You know how they know? What's the first giveaway other than skin color that a person has ethnic blood in them? What do they check for first? Tell me what they look at. The hair! The hair! They got white hair, they got black hair. Whose hair are they gonna get? Now they've cleaned it up and said curly or straight. Cause your skin tone don't matter, cause it's white looking black folks as far as skin. But they check by that hair. The hair. What did it say Jesus' hair looked like? Did it say the strands of his hair or the locks of his hair? What's the white lady name? They found out she wasn't black. That was in the NAACP. Rachel. How did Rachel deceive people into thinking she was black? What did she do specifically that made them think that she was a light skinned ethnic woman? Her hair. All she did was change her hair. And people thought she was what? She changed her hair and people thought she was what? So just because they straightened Jesus's hair, did that change the story of how Jesus moved? How many of the people that you think are claiming to be Jewish actually suffered the things that the Jews are said, or the Hebrew people, Israelite people, are said to have suffered? God said you would be hated around the whole world. You would be despised because you're mine. That's what he said. Name the number one race of people or ethnicity of people that is hated on every continent and on every island. Despised. Please tell me. The people that are Jewish over there now, they're not despised everywhere. They're some of the richest people on the planet, are they not? You see their kids being taken into slavery? You see their kids being imprisoned? You see their daughters being essayed and going missing and unalived and nobody cares and they're just dead in the streets? Who's that happening to? Who's the for real oppressed people on this planet? We can't go in a grocery store, the dentist's office, be in a parking lot, playing with our kids, driving in a car, sleeping in our house. Can't grocery shop, can't go on vacation, can't even be in a bathroom stall. If you can read, you can see. It don't matter what they show you. You said Native American Indians are here in Montana or under something. I get it. I lived out west. I had been to the Indian reservation. I know what be going on. I had friends that was from the res. It ain't nothing new. But even around the world, American Indians are not as despised as people of color. And what I mean by that is black folks, melanated people. Spanish people are more accepted than us. Hell, as dark as Indians is, the Eastern Indians, they're more accepted than a whole just regular black person. Asians, everybody is more accepted than us. God said that his people was going to be despised throughout the world. Taken to a land that is not their own, several lands. Made to work, imprisoned, beaten. Them Jewish people were some of the richest people. They helped this world go round. So that can't be then. Because they don't line up with what God said. Now, did he go out into all the world? Yes, he did. Did he offer himself to everybody? Yes, he did. But I can read. Sometimes I need my glasses so I can't see that well right now. But it is what it is. It is not saying we're better or we're this or we're that. But all you gotta do is see what he said was gonna happen to the people that were his chosen people. And then they decided they wanted to make themselves gods. Well, you know, it's a lot of Negroes running around here talking about they are God. So then ain't nothing changed. They still value gold and diamonds. They're still putting rubies and emeralds in their mouth like they was back in Persia and the different places in Africa and goddesses. Come on. And they are saying that they created themselves and they adorn themselves with all kinds of things. They still adorning their chariots. And still judging each other on how much material wealth they have. No? Is this not what the kings of old used to do? As to why God made them become slaves? To another country back even in the day. He said, oh, you done got too big for your britches. I'm about to send your enemy to come get you and they're going to take you off in slavery. And then maybe you remember how good I treated you. Now that you're taking all the credit for this bountiful land and all of this that I gave you, I'm going to let somebody take it. And let somebody sleep in your bed and have your wives and children. Did he not tell certain people that he took into slavery, they going to have your wives and your kids? They going to unalive you and be taking your wives and kids. Did he not say that? It's several times in the Bible. He said your wives and children are going to be taken off captive. You ain't even going to be able to mate with nothing that look like you. Nothing that have your same values. They going to mate you when they want to mate you. You're going to be like cattle. Herded off to the slaughter. Were we not? Wasn't our forefathers sold like cattle? And some of us were slaughtered? No? How many other people you see that were sold like livestock? That were considered not even to be human. Tell me, what other race of people you know was sold like livestock? And that under most of the constitution around the world are not even considered human still today, this day in 2024. This is why it's hard for us to get loans and stuff. You want to know why we got to go under a business name? Because we're not seen as humans, we're seen as cattle. So why would you give a cow a loan? Why would you give a dog $100,000, $2.5 million loan if you're not even seen as a human by the law? You're seen as an animal. What would a dog need with $250,000? A cat, a bird, a giraffe. What use do they have for it? Am I wrong? In the United States Constitution, are we seen as people? Technically? That's why they had to come up with stuff that like civil rights, because they are human. Mm-mm. The Black Irish, the ones that they call leprechauns, them Irish people, the pygmies that live there, those Irish people, because them was the ones that were slaughtered and taken into slavery. The ones that look like the people in the Congo that's real little, but they whole grown men and stuff. Them, they was over there in Ireland too. You know that, right? And just like they did in every other place in Africa, they found out where they gold was, slaughtered them, and kept the gold. And then talking about we found a space we could build here. I just be. What you mean? I don't got nothing to be mad about. I'm gonna tell you why. If God is still blessing me, even though I'm oppressed, why would I care about being oppressed? Do you remember why the Pharaoh wanted to start unaliving the people? Because they was multiplying in slavery, taking over, inventing stuff, having all of these things. I don't got to worry about the oppressors. The oppressors is worried about me. But whether the oppressors or not is worried about me, I'm being blessed while I'm oppressed. So I don't got to worry about that. Because okay. What did they leave Egypt with? Did they leave Egypt with more than they came with? Did they? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Did Jacob leave Laban with more than he came with? When they ran into Canaan and God ran the giants out, when they was laying up in Canaan and all of that stuff, did they have more than they did when they went in there? Fruit, veggies, and gold. Oh, okay. So why do I care about the oppressor? If God said if you oppressed and you do what I need you to do, you gonna flourish more than the oppressor. And then because he treated you badly, I'm gonna make him pay you and give you more than half his stuff. Some of it, all of them. Some of them, I'm gonna make them leave their space, and you could just move right in. So why would I be more focused on the oppressor than the person that then told me they gonna give me everything the oppressor got? Or when I leave, I'm gonna leave with so much I can't carry it. Should I be more focused on the oppressor or the person that told me what they go? I want my oppressor to go on and get a whole bunch. Oh yes, that is a beautiful. What do I think you should do? I think you should buy the most expensive one you can. Okay, look, can I give y'all another way to look at it? Y'all want another way to look at it? For real. Do you? Say, for instance, that there's a person that like is your friend. You know how they always show in the movies it's the rich friend and the poor friend, but the poor friend is a really good friend to the rich friend, but the rich friend ain't a really good friend to the poor friend. And so when the rich friend asks the poor friend for advice about things, they always give them good advice, honest advice, and things that make the rich friend look better. But whenever the rich friend gives advice, it is always to belittle the poor friend. Right? This is how it be looking most times, right? Or no? Yeah? No? Okay. So say you're in that situation, that there is a very wealthy friend that you have, and every time that they get ready to go buy something, they bring you along thinking that they're showing you up and making you feel less than. And they ask you your opinion and say, ooh, if you had the money, which one would you get? And because they value your opinion, if you say the green, they get the green. Then you go to another store and they say, well, if you could pick, which one would you pick? And you say, ooh, this one has this and that. And, it could go with a lot of different things. So it's nice. Oh, yeah, well, I'm going to go ahead and get that one because they think you like it. And this is a person that wants to always have something that they know you want, but you can't have it. Right? Because why you just didn't go buy the stuff yourself? You could have went and bought it and then asked me about what I thought. But you getting everything that I said that I would buy. And so you think you're sitting there making me feel a way when you don't know that God about to take everything I just picked out. He let me pick out what he about to give to me. Thank you. You don't even know I just picked out my own stuff. Because if you treat me bad and doing something you ain't supposed to do, he about to give it to me. So he just let me walk through there and let you take me on a personal shopping trip. Thank you. Why would I be mad that you want to oppress me? And he said he going to give me my oppressor stuff. And he going to let me be their servant and help them pick it out. Don't even know it's coming home with mama. If the wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous, why is you mad because God letting you go on a personal? He putting it on layaway. You said like the telenovela. I ain't watched it. My mama probably know. Quit clowning. Be quiet and go pick out your stuff. Let them treat you as bad as they want to treat you because they going to have to give it to them. You said, wow, look, how my view just 180. Yeah, see, this just stun on me all you like. When I tell you I don't care what nobody else got, because what's for me is for me. And this has been done to me before. That's how I can talk so solid. Like, look, I'm in it. This happened more times than I can think of. Person think they doing something, I'll be like, oh yeah, because I'm not gonna never tell you to get none that ain't good quality. Because if I'm buying something, I'm gonna buy something of good quality. It might not be expensive, but it's gonna be good quality, right? I'm gonna tell you something. I told y'all I bought a Prada bag at the Goodwill. I knew it was authentic. But I took it to the pawn shop to see what they said. And they said it wasn't authentic, right? But then I went and looked up what markers an authentic Prada bag has. Like as far as the hardware and different things like that. And I said, well, that's crazy. Because the numbers on the hardware match up. And when I touch this copper, it's cold. Ain't no plastic in here. I looked at the stitching on the inside of the bag. I said, ain't no way this is a knockoff, babe. Felt the leather. I know what it's supposed to feel like. No, they tried to tell me the bag wasn't real. I said, ooh, you don't even know the value you're looking at. Crazy, because you didn't even check the numbers on the hardware. Not inside the pocket, which it has. The actual hardware, the snaps, it got numbers in it for a reason. And depending on the language, you'll know where it was made at. Italy or wherever it's at. So why you didn't check that? Because I did before I came here. You don't know where to look for the value at. Which means you probably in here taking knockoff bags. The good ones. You hear me? Because you don't know where to look for the value at. Certain bags, right, and belts, you can tell the weight of it if it's real or not. Certain leathers, right? You know when you touch it if it's a quality leather or not. For leather connoisseurs, people that know about leather. Excuse me. I learned from a friend I didn't know back in the day. Right? Men that wear dress shoes, you know a patent leather from a nice cowhide leather, right? No. If you wear suede jackets, you know what a cheap suede jacket look like, and you know what a nice leather, a nice suede jacket that's put together, and they took time putting it together, and they conditioned the suede and all of that stuff. You can tell the difference between the two. So just because you don't know the difference, I'm not supposed to know the value of it. You said when I was in date. Hold on. You said when I worked in daycare, I was given a watch from a parent for Christmas, and my coworker said it was ugly. Looked it up. It was a $400 watch. That's what I'm talking about. So even with Jesus, it don't matter what they say or what they show. I know what it is. You hear me? I know what it is. Just because you don't know what you're looking at, or you allow somebody to show you something and you don't go checking to see what's real and what ain't, and you just believe what they say, don't got nothing to do with me. And that's what a lot of people do with the word. They get caught up on Jesus' skin tone. They get caught up on, well, there wasn't even no J back then. Well, some of the languages that you are banking your information on weren't there before the flood. Because do we all agree that everybody spoke the same language prior to the flood? I'm sorry, prior to the Tower of Babel? Do we agree that everybody on earth spoke the same language? So do you realize for over 2,000 or 3,000 years sons speaking that same language, and then it was several generations until people started speaking different ones? Nimrod is Cush's grandson or son, ain't it? Ain't he like 3 or 4 generations from Noah? The great grandson of Noah. So listen. If you go to Jasher and you read about the groups of people that came to build with him, you said first generation. Okay, well, I'm saying he's 3 or 4 down from Noah. So if Noah is 1, his son is 2, then 3. I'm saying in succession from him. It was a while before Nimrod was around. Okay, so listen to this. If Nimrod is Noah's grandson, great grandson, whatever, okay? Hear me. He could still go to somebody that had a first-hand account, whether it be his father or his grandfather, of how the earth was prior to the flood. Yes or no? This was not hearsay. This was a person that lived, because the sons got on the boat with Noah, right? Yes or no? The sons. They got on the boat with Noah. They saw the world before the flood and after the flood. Right? But at this time, everybody still spoke the same languages. So all of the children and grandchildren that came out of Noah and his wife all spoke the language until Nimrod came. So if they heard the story of how the world was prior to the flood, they heard it from a first-hand source. Yes or no? And it wasn't until in the days of Nimrod that everybody didn't speak the same language. At the Tower of Babel, the people that became the Japanese got first-hand information. The people that became the Turks got first-hand information. They had already been getting first-hand information. They heard the stories and had the books and the scrolls that Noah had on the boat from the history that was 2 or just 3 generations away. He did not change the stories. He changed the names. Do you think that Noah knew Jesus was coming? Do you? Do you think he knew? Huh? Do you think that Noah knew Jesus was coming? Who's the first person God told about Jesus, the Savior of the world? Who's the first person he told about it? Adam. Interesting. So the people that became the Ethiopians and the people that became the Sudanese and the people that became the Greeks and the people that became the Russians, the first folks, when the Bible says that they left out of there and they started to spread and populate the earth, do you think those people would have knew that a Savior was coming, Jesus? Adam lived for 1,000 years. So, however many generations that came out of him living for almost 1,000 years would have known the story, right? And in Adam's 930 years, you don't think that as the people spread out, the first man who was crafted with God's hands, was still alive? Why do you think people make treks back to their original space to pay homage to their forefathers? Where do you think that came from? Could it have come from all of the people that were born out of Adam's children as they scattered and God said they populated and migrated out into the earth? So could it be that that track was them always coming back for what Adam kind of went like for his birthday or another year around the sun or whatever else that they did? Could it be for them to go and tell him what it was that they saw? Or did he go visit his kids? Because it never said that he stayed in the same place. He was the first man, so you don't think he went roaming around for 970 years to see where God put him? And as his children spread out, you don't think he went to visit them? Because the earth was still one piece at that time. So you mean to tell me Adam just stayed in one place and didn't go nowhere else? He didn't go to Arizona when it was connected to that and he didn't go to the first man? You don't think he went? Do you? So as his children migrated, you don't think don't grandparents go visit their kids now and grandkids? Some even fly overseas to go see their grandkids because they're not right where they at, right? Are we doing anything Adam and Eve didn't do? So even after the flood, the same language that was spoke for over 2,000 to 3,000 years was still being spoken until 2 to 3 generations down, and then God changed the languages. But everybody that met up to build that thing, a lot of them could have went back and talked to Noah or one of Noah's sons, right? Are we in agreement with that? Hmm? Can y'all go to Jasher chapter 6 on sacred text, please, and go down to the end, to the last 3 verses? I'm going to just read it. It says, "And the day came that the Lord told them to go out, and they went out from the ark. And they went and returned everyone to his way and to his place. And Noah and his sons dwelt in the land that God had told them, and they served the Lord all their days. And the Lord blessed Noah and his sons on their going out from the ark. And he said to them, Be fruitful and fill all the earth, become strong, and increase abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein." Y'all got that? That's verse 40, 41, and 42 of Jasher 6. If you, okay, let's just take what just happened in North Carolina. How long do you think people are going to be telling that story about what they experienced? And what was life was like before the flood in North Carolina and after? Do you think that they are telling the stories the way that Noah and them did about how life was prior to the flood, and how beautiful the Tennessee mountains were, and how all of these different things, and then the flood came? You said we still talking about Katrina. Okay. And there are people alive right now that can tell you what Louisiana was like prior to Katrina and after Katrina, right? They can tell you about the carnage in the water and the smells of the places. And it ain't nobody grandma telling you. It was a person, I was 25 when Katrina happened. It was a person that was maybe a kid, but they still remember. They can take you by the place, if it's even still there, where they did this, where they did that, right? Do you think they're going to tell it any different if they experienced it, because they can see it in their mind? Anybody in here that went through it? If you lived in Louisiana, when Katrina happened, can you raise your hand, please? You did? Did you have to go into the dome? Anybody that had to go to the dome? Or anybody that had to move to Texas or some other place because they couldn't live in their house no more? You did? Was y'all in there in the days when it was dark and there was no water and people was tripping? You were? Huh? Yes, had to use my freezer for food to feed people. I still talk about Hurricane Hugo. I remember it like it was yesterday. I lived in Louisiana in the northern part, but I remember the aftermath. Okay, I want to talk to somebody, if anybody is in here, that went into that place and smelled the smell that was in there. Because I got family members in Louisiana, and I had talked to a couple of them way back when. I don't talk to them anymore. But the smell of either the water with the bodies in it, or the smell of that place where everybody was in there, and it was hot and dark and all of that. Will you ever forget that smell? You could probably close your eyes You can remember if you were thirsty or hungry. And when you tell that story, right? When you tell, you said, no, you can't. Okay. When you tell that story, right? You telling it from a first-hand account of how it went down, what it smelled like, because your mind is going back through it as you experienced it. So when you're telling your kids about it, they can see the emotion in your face. Whether it's North Carolina, wherever you at. So why are those flood stories any different from the first one? First, and it doesn't matter if the people that was in North Carolina are now relocated in Louisiana, in Texas, in Missouri. The story that they were telling and are telling is the exact same story. It don't matter where they at. I'm telling a story in Missouri that happened in Arizona. It doesn't matter that I'm in a different place telling a story. And I'll tell you what's even crazier than that. Diane, where you at? Diane, I'm about to show you something. Are you in here? She might have left. She ain't in here. So, Diane, didn't you tell me that you translate my class sometimes? Is it you that translate the class to your neighbors? How do you say Dean in Spanish? Thank you. How do you say Dean in Spanish? Can you tell me, please? Or is it just like Professor Diamante? Okay. So if you translate our class into Spanish and you call me Diamante CERCA, but somebody on another side here in America say her name ain't Diamante CERCA, it's Dean CERCA, and they stole that story, does that sound crazy when you know for a fact that you just translated everything I said to the person? And I'm the same person, just in Spanish, there are certain things that have to go before and after a name so that you can. Right? No? Huh? So why when we see the same story, but they got a different name, we get all bothered? You said no, it's the same, just a different dialect. Same story, just a different language. So why do we do that with Jesus when he said he went out into all the world? And he changed the languages before he showed up. After the flood, everybody still spoke the same language until the Tower of Babel. So, I mean, you don't think that they knew he was gonna? He knew that they was gonna call him different names. You don't think he knew that when he changed the languages at the Tower of Babel? Because they didn't change the languages; he did. You said you get it now. Exactly. Y'all know me as Circa. It's other people that call me honey. It's other people that call me other names. I'm still the same person. My kids call me mama. My grandkids call me Sugama or lady or granny son. Matter of fact, my grandson called me granny son. But my other grandbaby called me Gamma. Okay? Am I different because my grandson, am I a different person because my grandson calls me, you hear me? Right. My grandson, if I call him right now and me and his mama was talking, he say, hi, granny son. But if I call my other grandbaby, she gonna say, hi, Gamma. Now, they might argue over what my name is when they get older. Do you think? Come on. He gonna say, her name ain't Gamma. Her name is Granny Son. And she gonna say her name is not Granny Son. That's your name. Her name is Gamma. Same person. It's just two different kids call me two different things. Some people have grandkids that one child told them they gonna call you Nana. And then some of the other grandkids, because of their mom, she called her mom Mimi, they call you Mimi. So you got one half of your kids calling you Mimi and the other half of your kids calling you Nana. Are you different because this set of kids by this parent call you Mimi and this set of kids call you Nana? Are you a different person? But you see what I'm saying? One is Pop Pop and the other is Grandpa. Oh, okay. Are you a different person, Mr. Edwin? Some people call him the Savior. Some people call him Yahshua or Yahshua, Yahweh. Some of them call him Jehovah. He's still the same God. Just like whether Noah's name is Noah or the other name I can't remember in Hawaiian or Noe or Nimue or whatever name they have. Exactly. It's still. Are you looking at the meat of it? Allah. Exactly. But if the devil can keep you tricked up in that, you'll never see what you're supposed to see. Which is when we go to all of these different languages, we see the same story. We go to all the different ethnicities, and whether we reading it in the Bible or their mythological books for that country, we see the same things. Devil keep you fighting over who's the first and who was this and who was that. You'll never see Jesus for what he did, which was go to all people. Because you fighting over who he went to first and who he went to second and who he went to third. It don't matter. He went to everybody. I'm back, y'all. Sorry. It's all this coffee and water. So, the next time, okay, somebody come to you about this name stuff, can you please show them the story of the Maccabees and the Maccabees and the Maccabeans? That's the easiest way. Or can you show them the book of Esdras, Esdras, and then take them to Ezra? Same person. Is it not? Is Esdras and Ezra the same person? Is it? Same person. Just like if you go read in Egyptian history, and anything that you read about Zeraneth or whatever his name is, how you say it, it's Joseph. So all of what happened to Joseph is not just going to be in the Israelite, or Nimrod is Nimrod. Exactly. So where would you go read the rest of Joseph's story? You would have to look for the Egyptian name that they gave Joseph to go and look at what he was doing in Egypt, right or wrong. You can't go to the Egyptian and look up Joseph, because that wasn't his name there. Just like Moses' name, Zaphaneth, thank you. Right. Moses' name wasn't Moses. He had another name before the Egyptian gave him the name Moses. Did he or did he not? He was 3 months old when she got him. He already had a name. And his daddy wouldn't even tell nobody his name because they didn't even want nobody to know he had a son. So he got a name that we don't know. Well, I think they tell us in the book. But I'm saying, most people don't know Moses' real name because they ain't read the lost books of the Bible, where they tell us his name in there. The name his daddy gave him. So everybody say, oh, his name is Moses. His name is Moses. He had a name before the name Moses. His daddy and mama named him a Hebrew or Israelite name, whatever you want to call it. They gave him a name. He had a name for 3 months, and then he went. Just like I went by my name my whole life, and now I've been being called CERCA for 3 years. Very rarely hear my name. I answer to CERCA more than I do the name my mother gave me. You can meet people in my family, and they gonna tell you her name is not CERCA. I don't know why you calling her that. Yes. You act like you don't have a nickname. What people call you at work, they can't call you your nickname that your family, your grandma call you, your daddy or mama call you, or your husband or wife call you. Right? Because they're not in your intimate circle of your family or whatever. They call you by whatever is on your ID. No? You're not a different person because they don't call you the name that your family call you. Yeah, it's not even a thing. This is the thing. The Bible talks about people. God, do y'all remember when God said y'all doing all these festivals and all of this, but I ain't in none of that. We just read about it today. People so be caught up on the festivals and the outward praise and the outward following of the law, but they miss the spiritual, the stuff that is there. Oh, well, you don't recognize the feast of whatever. Okay. I also read about where he got tired of them having feasts because it was all about the feast and not about what he was saying to them, too. It was all about if you looked like a certain way, but he talked about don't judge a man on the outward appearance, judge him by the heart. So I don't care if you have on a Catholic robe, Israelite purple and gold, a robe with your thing on. It don't matter. What is your heart looking like? Are you kind to people? Do you try to break down the word in a way that people can understand? Because you can speak all these words and all these religious things and yell at people and tell them how far they are away from Christ, but you ain't getting them no closer, which is what he told you to do. He told you to reel fish in, not throw them back. Oh. He told you to go to the lost and offer love to them, not judgment on what they look like and what they doing with their bodies. We all sinners, boo. It ain't one person that's been born and wasn't born in sin. So what? Because they sin is outward and we can't see yours, you more saved than them? God said that if you done it to the least of them, you did it to me. So if you put them on blast, all loud, out in the open, you know who used to do that? The Pharisees and the Sadducees. Look at Jesus and his people sitting with them dirty Samaritans. I thought y'all wasn't supposed to eat with y'all left hand and be eating that and look at you. Everybody come look. Look at what they doing wrong. Do you see? God ain't pleased with them. Why they looking God in the face? Come on. You said what? In 100 different dialects. I'm just saying. This is why I be like, I'm grateful that I wasn't caught up on all of that because I got to get to all of this. I got to see. If I was just caught up on certain things, I wouldn't have never read the Norse mythology. I wouldn't have never went over and looked at the Arabian mythology. I wouldn't. And the crazy thing is this: aren't these all the people that the Hebrews or the Israelites were connecting with? Didn't it talk about people coming from the east and the north and them doing business with them? It talked about people coming from across the water and coming from over. Did it not talk about this? So you don't think that these people, if you've ever read Josephus says that the Greeks and the Romans didn't know how to pronounce the names. Sounds familiar. So they gave them names they could pronounce. Y'all remember? Y'all remember we read that in Josephus, and Josephus lived just a few years after Jesus, like 20 years or 12 years or something like that. You remember, that's just like us now. I can go get an Arabic book, but if I don't have nobody to translate it, it ain't no good. I don't know what's on the page. And I have two of them back here. I got a book written in Korean. If it wasn't English on the other side, I wouldn't be able to read it. It's all of these books back here that's in Chinese. It's in Mandarin. I wasn't taught Mandarin. But you know why I can read it? Oh, thank you. You said, I'm a witness. You helped bring me back to God. You served His purpose well. Thank you. So, are the people in Asia, if they read the Bible, are they reading the same story I'm reading? Huh? Are they? If an Asian person that speaks Mandarin or whatever, are they reading the same story I'm reading, even though I'm here in America? Okay. Russian. In Russia, are they reading the same story I'm reading? Korea. Are they reading the same story I'm reading in Korea? Ain't it the same story? Last one. What happened? What's going on over here? You said, so why do you read that book to us about sins and what you can be held upon? You're confusing me because if I want to sleep with a man tonight, that means I can because it'll be taken away. If I want to have 3 men, then I'm not going to be here for my sins. Baby, fornication is a sin. If you ain't married to that person and you sleeping with them, all of them is a sin. 1 to 4. And he don't gotta kill you to make you like suffer. He could just strike your body down with something where you don't nobody want it. I don't understand. Fornication is a sin. Adultery is a sin. In real life. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do. Because you live in a sinful nature first. You have to be transformed to have a spiritual nature. It's not something you're born with. That's what the renewing of your mind is, and following Christ's law and not man's law. Man's law say do it as many times as you can with as many people as you can. And God said, yep, that's going to get you a nice toasty place and a warm place that's going to be hot all the time. And there is no cool. Well, technically it's cold and hot, like dry ice, but you know what I mean. Here we go. This is the Quran. It's in 3 languages. Roman script with the original Arabic and English. Three languages in here. So if a person that read Roman language was reading this, if a person that read Arabic was reading this, and if I were reading this book, would we be reading the same stories? Would we? So just because it's in another language, does that change the story? So then why do people be tripping about a J so much? Tell me which word in Arabic is "and deeds of disobedience to Allah and his messenger." Point it out to me. Which one says that? Does this look like that? And does that look like this? This paragraph is huge because we use more words. Look how little this one and this one is. So this, and this say all the same thing. Do they not? This a little words. This a lot of medium, and that's a whole bunch. But guess what? If there was a person that could speak all three languages, they would know they say the exact same thing. I think you want to be confused. The King James Version has 66, but there were several versions before that. There's no reason to be confused. The original King James Version had 80. You can find that online and look it up. And the Ethiopian Bible has more books in the Bible than anybody. But there are other books that they took out that were not included as canon, but they're still biblical stories. You don't have all stories of the 72 disciples. You only got a couple of the few. Not even all the 12 stories are in the Bible. They all have their own book. They're just not in the King James. No. Y'all got it now? I know some of y'all already know, but to the people that didn't understand or might have not quite understand, do you understand now? Because this took me way off from where I was going today. If you sin knowing you do it, grace can run out. God gets tired too. Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, but wait. You got to give them mercy first, because if they don't even understand, yeah, but we're not talking about his mercy running out. It ain't running out on us yet. Right? Right. But also, if a person is asking questions, this is the time to teach them about the grace and the mercy and how it works, and not the ugly first. Because then they're always wondering when is it going to run out instead of understanding how it works. You hear me? Because they're questioning, why is it wrong? We know it's sin, but we also have to teach them a law of grace and mercy. Right? Right? Because that's what our people told us. Your grace and mercy gonna run out. Your grace and so then we never tried to even live in his grace and mercy. We was always crashing out. Right? Y'all didn't live recklessly when you first came to Christ because you just thought everything was wrong, everything you did was wrong. He was gonna put you in the hell, so you would just go do some stuff because you figured like you did messed up already anyway until you matured in the Lord and found out that that's a trick of the enemy. Okay, stop saying you're lost. Stop saying that. Whatever you speak, you gonna have. All you gotta do is ask God for the wisdom and knowledge and understanding, and He will give it to you. When you read the Bible, go to Bible Gateway and read it in the easy read version of the Bible. It talks exactly like we talk. The ERV. Don't worry about all the extrovert, versions of the Bible. You just need to get what the one is saying. And if you can't understand the other and it's not saying, whatever. But if you want God to make it plain for you, go to Bible Gateway, go to the easy read version of the Bible, and it speaks like we speak. Whatever words you don't know, look them up. If you think you kind of know, but you really don't know if you know what it means, get online, or you can hit that and web search it and see, and then go back and read the scriptures. You won't be confused no more. It'll start clicking to you like butter on toast. They just go together. You ain't even gotta add nothing extra. It'll be that good to you. Anybody here, you didn't used to look up the words when you used to read the Bible or the places, and now you do, and you understand perfectly? When you go back and you read that scripture, now you know exactly what it's saying. No matter how long you didn't have your own Bible, it only doesn't make sense when you don't study. You're gonna be all right. That you ain't the first one here. Probably won't be the last. Yeah. You said you was confused a little. Yeah. But as you can, this is the thing. You're gonna keep messing up if you don't know the law. But once you learn the law, okay. Do we all know it's against the law to run red lights? Ooh. When did you learn you're not supposed to? Did you learn you wasn't supposed to run a red light prior to you learning how to drive? How did they first teach you that red means stop? A stop sign. When you was getting into the lunch line, they had a little stop sign there. Even if you couldn't read, you knew that when you get to that red stop sign, even when you couldn't read, whether y'all be walking or not, you said that's taught 3 or 4 in preschool. Okay. So way before you even was driving, you were taught that red means stop. As a kid, is it against the law for you to run past the stop sign? A sign, not light. Is it? No. No, 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 no. No. No, I didn't say stop light. I said stop sign. Is it against the law to run past a stop sign? Not while you're driving, while you are on foot. If you go out into your neighborhood right now and go to the end of your block and just blow through that stop sign, you gonna get a ticket running? Huh? Are you? It's not against the law to run past a stop sign. Okay. As a licensed driver, is it against the law to run a stop sign? When did it become against the law to you? When you started driving. Because you learned the what? Once we learn the rules of driving. Okay. So there's a penalty even if you're not a licensed driver. But if you are driving in a car, you know, whether you have a license or not, what the laws and rules of the road are, right? It doesn't apply to you until you understand. Does that make sense? It's not that you're not going to be held liable if you don't have a license or you do have a license. Either way, you're going to be held liable. But the common thing is, or the common thinking is, if you're behind the wheel of a car, then you understand the law. Right? Right? Whether you have a license or not. If you get behind the wheel of a car, it's assumed, and if you're of age, that you know the laws of the land, the rules of the road. Now, have we seen 10-year-olds and 7-year-olds take off in their mama's cars and be driving? Does the same thing that happened to the 7-year-old, if they blow through a stoplight, happen to the person that has a driver's license or is of age? A 7-year-old drove to Walmart, right? They're not throwing no 7-year-old out of the car on their stomach because they stole and then taking them to jail and locking them up. They're taking them home to their parents. They're not going to revoke your license if you're 7 years old because you're not even old enough to get one. How can you revoke something you don't have? So I'm going to show you something. People be trying to hold sinners accountable for a law that doesn't even apply to them. Excuse me, church people. Church people be trying to hold sinners accountable for laws that they ain't dedicated their life to Christ. It's not saying that their sin is not going to be judged. It's not saying that. But those laws that you be trying to preach to a person that ain't saved, they don't even apply to them. Who was the Bible written for? It's the laws of what? It's the laws of God, right? The laws of God are the Bible and the practices that we live by. Those only apply to you once you get what? Saved. Because when you get baptized or saved, you are now under the law of God. Right or wrong? So why do people be trying to make things law for a person that hasn't even accepted God yet? They don't apply to them because they're not under the law of God, because they haven't been saved by grace, saved by mercy. They haven't had their water baptism. They haven't received Jesus as their Lord and Savior. So there are certain rules and laws of God that don't even apply to them because they haven't accepted Christ as right. They haven't accepted the covenant of God. The only thing for sinners is God's love and salvation that you should be offering them, because He's going to give them the rest. You're supposed to be telling them how good God is and how He can change their situation, not how horrible of a person they are. Baby, email me some of these questions. Jay, email me all the questions you want to, because we're okay. Hear me. Email me all of that. All the questions you have, just email, because they be all over the place a little bit. Thank you. Again, quit trying to make stuff apply to people that haven't even accepted Christ. Because most of the people that God was talking to that was drinking and having wild OG parties, it wasn't the sinners that was doing it. Do y'all remember that the priests were sleeping with the temple prostitutes? Did it say that the Samaritans were sleeping with the temple prostitutes, or did it say the priests and the prophets? Who did it say? So why then are you not yelling in the priest's face that keep sleeping with the church hoes, but you out on a corner talking to a trans woman that's working the street that ain't thinking, she might not even be thinking about God. Why you don't have the mic yelling at the back of the church at the pastor that you know screwing everybody wives like you do the gay man or the gay woman out in the street, or whoever it is that y'all be yelling at when y'all be yelling at them, the drug addicts and the alcoholics and the home. Y'all point out the girls going out to the nightclub with their bodies out, but you don't point out to the sister in your church that her titties popped out every Sunday. She's in the house of God causing people to lust. This lady ain't nowhere near the church. And from what I can see, when God ran up on a hoe, he didn't try to embarrass her. He had a secret conversation with her. But you know who did try to embarrass the whores? Pharisees and the Sadducees. Look, look. We caught her in adultery. What you gonna do about that? She's an adulteress. The law says we gotta stone her. And they always come in groups with a microphone and a big old speaker. But they can know for a fact that the brothers in their church is sleeping around and they don't say nothing. But to go out into the streets and talk to people that the law don't apply to, but turn a blind eye to the people they know it do, because they look saved. What about the sister that keep getting with all the visiting pastors? We not going to talk about that? And how she always dating a man out of state. And now she got a new fiance out of state, but she in the church and she's solo to God, but she always got her man out of state that she met at the convention 2 years ago, 7 years ago, that she keep in contact with. But you'll go out on the curb and yell at the people that are openly sinning, but not at the people that you know doing closeted sins. And the law really applied to them. If the things that they say about the ministers that are coming out are true, how many people you think knew about it? If it goes back 30 years, how many ministers, apostles, prophets, bishops, diocesan bishops do you think knew about it? So you will get on TV and talk about the people that's clubbing and partying and got short dresses on, but you know for a fact that the convention ain't nothing but a freaknik with church clothes on. You said because the shut-ins sure were. Oh, okay. Thank you for telling the truth, Shay. Thank you. So why you not walking into the convention calling out the hoes in there? Why is it only the ones that walk the street that don't look like your church friends? Never mind. I'm about to go buy me some food. I love y'all. Mm. Let me know. Hello. Am I wrong? Anybody that's been in a church or had a real church home that you was a part of, am I wrong? If you was a part of a major organization, am I wrong? You will know that two of your parishioners or people at your churches cheat both of them in adultery, and you won't say nothing. I'm gonna pray for them. They're going through something. But the lady on the corner that is working the track to pay her bills ain't going through nothing. You said no, and I'm in a church of 10,000. Okay. You said pastor at the top of the list. Okay. Who is God judging first? Uh-oh. Or how the VA workers are judging the vets for the PTSD coping methods they use, but they having OGs at the job. I seen that. Okay. We didn't even get to finish reading, so we'll probably read tomorrow, but hopefully when you first came over here, of course we read through the scary stuff, but hopefully one of the things that you learned over here, no thank you. Hopefully one of the things that you learned over here is that God do love you and he ain't like man. He don't look at you like man, look at you and you learning his love if you didn't know it before. Because people used to say God loved me, but they really didn't believe it. Hopefully you believe it now and you see it in your life. Right? Not saying everybody, but a lot of people didn't really understand God's love. So then how do you know if he loved you or not? Just because the word told you so, but did you live like he loved you? You hear me? Thank you. I'm just saying, I hope that if you didn't know God's love when you first came here, you know it now. If whatever your view of God's love was, hopefully, not saying that that was bad, but hopefully it's grown and you can see how he loves you and just, okay, the difference between physical love, right? There are some people you love, you never touch them. But then there is a type of physical love, an intimate, more intimate love, okay? A different type of love, still love. There's people that have a hug like this type relationship with Jesus, and then there's some people that God is really down on the inside of them and he lives there. Can't stay away from the area. You hear me? He likes being in your heart. He likes being in your spirit. He likes being in your mind. He likes being there. You said this was a whole syllabus, entire semester's worth of knowledge today. Girl, we've been on here forever and ever and ever and ever too. I'm about to go find me. Queen blessed me with some chicken. I'm gonna go on and get that today. Thank you. I'm about to go and do it. So I'll talk to y'all later. I might come back on a little later. We'll see. I ain't got that much to do today. So I did most of it before we got on here. That's how we've been able to be on here for 297 minutes. Love y'all. Bye.